Oh, okay. I'm gonna turn this down temporarily for now because it's driving me nuts. Okay. Yes. Thank you for the sub of Ari. I do deeply appreciate it. Okay. So I guess a couple housekeeping stuff before I get started with this. I am retiring the last claim because I was going over the numbers today, and uh, it doesn't look like it's been claimed a lot, which I know the entire concept was confusing to begin with. So I'm just gonna. I think Solotl is currently the winner for that. So I will let them know that they have a game stream game credit. I don't know how to figure that out because I realized today would be the last stream of the month, and yeah, obviously I'm not doing that. Not doing things. I'm going. It may not be the first of the month from now on. Like I'm still gonna run the firsts. It's hard to time lapse. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, seemed fun in concept, but anyway. So what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna have it as like the first stream of the month. I'm just gonna have like a dedicated day of the month that the people can redeem that stream for. I am gonna finish King's Quest. That is still something I want to do. I just have to figure out when I'm gonna do that. I'm still like I'm still in like half burnout, half like scatterbrain mode. So it's hard for me to determine this, that, or whatever at this very moment as I'm talking out loud. But hopefully sooner than later, with my new sort of limitations that I'm putting on myself of Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, if that, I should be able to work out something between there and then for that. But more than likely, should be back next week with Kingdom Hearts. That's December. King's Quest, and then I'm going to hop into some Resident Evil. I think I'm gonna get started into that. And then depending on how things schedules goes, then Friday's gonna be back over on Kelsbith's channel with Kiwi. But yeah, no, I saw this game being played over on the Polygon channel, and I looked at a little bit of it. I didn't really look into a lot of it. And I knew that this was something I needed to play because it's live action. So I mean, how could I not? I was trying to find a way to, if I can take notes on the computer, like using my drawing tablet or my phone, and then have it overlay, but I couldn't figure out a way of stably doing it. So I just didn't. I have my mini clipboard and my paper here. You can hear, sort of, maybe not much. Anyway, I don't know. I'll take pictures of this as we go along. If people need that for notes, or if people want to take notes themselves. I think this is gonna be fun, or at least funny as hell. So I'll get the game volume on a little bit again. And we got subtitles going, and hopefully, yeah, we'll go through the tools and stuff like a real detective. Yeah, with a clipboard, nothing else. Clipboards and our wits. And I do have mango tea tonight, which is the only reason why I'm probably streaming. Who needs gamer fuel when you have mango green tea? I don't. The magnifying glass is downstairs and the pipe is put away. I am not kidding about that. Okay, so these are tools. We have a newspaper that we can look at stuff. We have the directory, which is like a Rolodex, I'm assuming. And then we could go check it out or send people for it. Not quite sure how that's going to work. Oh, we get notes and clues. No thank you. We are not going to be asking Dr. Watson for help. We're going to... I don't know if anyone saw this in the Discord, but there's an achievement to solve the mystery better than Holmes himself if we beat Holmes to the solution. So that's our goal. We're going to do it. I mean, look at this scene itself. Like, how can you tell me that this isn't going to be hilarious? So we got a whole bunch of video scenes. Some of them are dead ends or red herrings, but the judge. Oh, if you think of enough information to solve the mystery. Okay. Clue points. Okay. I didn't see this before. It didn't work. Send them to a relative location. Will cost your clue points. Oh. Goals to solve the mystery in as few points as possible. Oh, it's golf rules. What the fuck? So we're going to just be sending the irregulars to go send some stuff out. Yeah, math. Yeah, here we go. We're not going to ask Watson hints. We're going to see how much real-world logic applies to this. Because that's what I'm going to be pulling out of my ass. My God, this music. Okay. And that's everything. Okay. What year is this game in? I believe it is... This was originally for the CD... Sega CD? It says 2015, but it came out way before that. It's a remake, re-release? Let me take a look. This is actually pertinent information, so we'll see. Because I did look this up. It's the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Collection. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Board Game Geek? Oh, not the board game version. You can buy it on Amazon. What the hell? The fuck? What the hell's going on? Okay, hold on. FMV. I know I came across it on an FMV website. Specifically, FMV World. That's what it is. Okay. This came out originally... Oh, 2013? For iPad and iPhone? Really? Oh no, this is just a one specific app. This is just confusing as hell. I can't search the site, can I? Oh no, I can. Okay, yeah, here we go. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. The series was 1991. PC, Sega CD, and Turbo Duo. So this is a remake, report. I don't know what it is. I'll post the link to it in games. But yeah, I don't know. All I know is this music is killing me. But we can learn about the regulars in this thing, I guess.
Mr. Henry Ellis is the foreign news editor for the London Times.
Oh, it has 90s feels like crazy.
Of what's happening on the continent. He also has an interest in crime news. Ellis is always happy to help when he can, but you must be careful of what you tell him, or you might find what you've confided to him in the next day's Times. Head clerk Disraeli O'Brien is your contact in the Office of Records. The Office of Records contains legal records, both criminal and civil, as well as state papers. I think you'll find O'Brien to be a walking, or should I say sitting encyclopedia of the office's affairs.
Oof, got him.
This is a records office housing documents pertaining to births, marriages, deaths, and last wills and testaments. Now here is a person who usually gets in the last word. Langdale Pike is a human reference work on social scandal, especially on the London...
I probably should, shouldn't I?
He contributes bits of gossip to the garbage papers that cater to an inquisitive public.
Oh, I was like, I'll use my fountain pen, be really fancy. I haven't really filled it recently, so it's probably dead. Ellis. Continent dude. Oh, Brian. Lazy. Know it all. Pike. Please bag. Gossip. Jerk. Oh. I'll write down the locations afterwards.
Quentin Hogg is a crime reporter for the Police Gazette. He is an ex-police inspector who found the environment of Scotland Yard less than stimulating. He has a strong deductive mind and is a very good resource.
Ex-cop.
Porky is not a pillar of society, I dare say, but he is a man who has learned from his mistakes and is trying to start a new life. Although he is no longer in prison, he is still behind bars, or shall I say, a bar.
Jolly good one, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. Well, the bar in question is the Raven and Rat Inn. Porky is the proprietor. He has been of great help to us in the past, and I expect he will continue to be in the future.
Sketchy rat.
If I can't find something in my own files, I go and examine the overflowing shelves of the great London Library. It is a wealth of information. This gentleman is the head chemist at Scotland Yard Criminology Laboratory. It is rumored that Murray lives in the lab. He is eternally bent over one of his tables trying to extract the history of a crime from the physical...
100 on dog. I think these are resources that we have to like check with. Now it's like, oh, once you have this information, we can go check with them. It probably is Hog though. Murray, lab rat.
Ah, Scotland Yard. If the Yard knew how to examine evidence with any skill, there would be no need for our services. Inspector Lestrade is the pick of a bad lot. But it is true they may be a source of valuable information. After all, the professional police have methods for gathering facts that are not open to us.
Sherlock's bullying target. You don't know, just in case it turns out to be correct. Oh, also, these things that I'm saying out loud are how I'm marking down these people to remember later on.
Sir Jasper is the chief medical examiner for St. Bartholomew's Hospital. He is London's greatest forensic pathologist. You can depend on him for all the technical details that can be obtained from any corpse whose cause of death is in question.
Dead lab rat.
Edward Hall is a young barrister whom you will find on most days at the Old Bailey. He's a cut above the other unimaginative members of his profession.
Holmes, don't you think you should explain to them the difference between a barrister and a solicitor?
Yes, of course, Watson. A solicitor handles the routine legal business of our society. If you do not have to go before a court, you will have no need for a barrister. If you must go before a court, then your solicitor would engage the services of a barrister.
Better all. There we go. Oh, Somerset House. Is what was that? It was records.
This is a records office.
Records.
Housing documents pertaining to births, marriages, deaths, and last wills.
Library. It's a fucking library. Okay. So we know who everyone is now. Just to go over that. Alice is the continent dude. O'Brien is the lazy know-it-all. Pike is the sleazebag gossip jerk. Hogg is the ex-cop. Porky is the sketchy rat. Murray is the lab rat. Lestrade is Sherlock's bullying target. Meek is a dead lab rat. Hall is Better Call Hall. Somerset House is for records. Library is a fucking library. Bibliothèque. Okay, let's do Holmes' introduction. I think it's a video.
London is not a beautiful city. Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. You see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye and razor-sharp accuracy. We find this publication to be of invaluable assistance in our investigations, and I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city, there are also, thankfully, two groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause. As we do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the streets of London. The first of these groups is a ragtag association of young ruffians. I call them the Baker Street Irregulars. Don't let them fool you. They may be scruffy and ill-bred, but they are on the right side of the law. They can go everywhere, see everything, and overhear everyone. They are my eyes and ears in the streets of London, unquestionably a tremendous asset in our work. They will help us in our investigations if they can. The other group is a far more civilized collection of gentlemen and institutions. I call them the Baker Street Regulars. They, too, will be extremely useful in our work. At the start of any investigation, do keep in mind that it is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Unwittingly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts.
It's Hog!
The people and places to whom I will now introduce you will help us to collect the facts. May we use them wisely. Come, the game's afoot.
Resume?
London is not a beautiful city.
No, it's not. Okay, we knew that. Okay. Okay, so... the regulars and irregulars. Jesus, you stay up all night working on that shit? God damn. Okay. All right. So I think we got enough stuff to start with. Hopefully this should be enough. Okay. I realize I'm using like half-size paper and this is stupid because I've already used up half of the page. Anyway, let's play the game. New game. Within a lit sitting room at 221B Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes slowly takes a pull from his pipe while Dr. Watson, reclining after a bit of tea, peruses a discarded copy of the London Times. What are the sleuthing tools? It's like the newspaper, the Rolodex, and then the irregulars.
What rubbish! What balderdash!
You must have read something terribly disturbing, Watson, for you to be so overwrought this early in the morning.
Indeed, Holmes. It's irresponsible of the Times to play upon people's superstitions.
Ah, you must be referring to the affair of the mummy's curse.
Has the entire city in an uproar. 3 men dead, and they expect us to believe that a 4,000-year-old mummy was the murderer. I'm surprised you haven't taken some interest in this case, Holmes.
To the contrary, my dear Watson.
Okay, so there is a way for me to pause this, because I'm like, it's non-stop talking. I don't know how much, like, if I'm going to be able to get a word in edgewise. But, yeah, no, this would be an excellent time for it. I'll see if I can get that set up again. Uh-oh, what did I do? Ah, shit. Something happened. Okay, whatever, we're doing it again.
What rubbish! What balderdash!
You must have read something terribly disturbing, Watson, for you to be so overwrought this early in the morning.
Indeed, Holmes. It's irresponsible of the Times to play upon people's superstitions.
Ah, you must be referring to the affair of the mummy's curse.
Has the entire city in an uproar. 3 men dead, and they expect us to believe that a 4,000-year-old mummy was the murderer. I'm surprised you haven't taken some interest in this case, Holmes.
To the contrary, my dear Watson. I have made some inquiries. Because I dare say I do believe this murderer is a much younger chap.
All that swearing from Watson first thing in the morning. Jesus Christ.
What rubbish! What balderdash!
No, we'd already done this.
You must have read...
Exit? Oh, okay, so now we're here. Now... Okay, let's read the newspaper. Shit. Wait. Why does it jump so... Okay, let's see. Let's skim through this with the vintage voice. Personal Errol, welcome home, Violette. Jonas, regretted not keeping an appointment. Will you forgive me and arrange again? S.E. No, that's gonna be way too much, way too fast. Okay. Fitchett. Anyone can give me information as to the family relatives of Jacob Fitchett? who was last heard of serving the United States steamship Dakota, is requested to communicate with Cunningham and Davenport solicitors, 13 Chancery Lane, Lincoln's Inn, London, WC, who know of something to his advantage. Live ostriches. A fair pair of adult American ostriches on view. European cranes. How's this sporting? Okay, whatever. Strange event. A sudden gale on the Isle of Man blew off the roof of a stone church yesterday and would have crushed the pastor's house, but it was blocked by a tree which had fallen earlier. No injuries. Jesus Christ, there's a lot of news. Moser's detective agency. Competition. Drowned. 4 men drowned. Okay. Boat capsized. Okay. So why don't we ostrich? Well, yeah, that's what I thought it was too, ostrich racing. But it's just viewing of them at some zoo. Okay, so recent murder. So yeah, no, yeah. Well, we have access to this at any point, but I don't think we have enough of anything to go on yet. Recent mummy murders. Okay, so this was April. Did they happen here? Okay, so here we go. Karnak. Okay, so we have Professor. Oh, I switched to pen mode. I didn't want that. Ebenezer Turnbull dead. Kate Tomb. Oh, this is March 4th. Inner chamber was reached. Excellent condition. Worked late into the night. Oh yeah, these are like the years before. February 6th, 1888, 1888, 1888. Like, why did we have these ones? Why are these That's a good catch. I mean, it's bad enough that it would have been like of the same year. It's 2 different years. Holy shit. Okay. Births, marriages. Oh, Miss Mary Morrison, daughter of the late captain. Oh, they got married in March. Okay. So I'm assuming this is. I'm assuming this is related to what we want. Body discovered by Andrew Weatherby. Found Ebb Turnbull dead. I'm not going to share these notes. They're way too scribbly. Several years we're going to ISIS called upon ISIS and Osiris for protection and forgiveness for okay. Public charge, death may even mysterious work at ancient God. Oh, let's see. To a Mentef. Letters, late husband, as respected journalist. This is a lot. Man found dead at the theater. 30s. Stabbed to death. Okay, that doesn't sound like what we're looking for. And by all means, tell me to go back and look at things if we need to, because I will definitely overlook things. I'm just like on cursory. I'm just like on. I'm just scanning everything for what looks to be Elephant Castle on the right column. Also, Elephant and Castle. Elephant and Castle. Oh, okay. Bunty and Clyde. Man found dead at theater. Oh, yes. Height, sight, with red hair. 5'7". He'd been stabbed to death. Castle. Murder. 5'7", red hair. Stab. And then Bunty. Clyde. Maybe. I think it could just be things to focus on. I don't know how they're formatting the newspaper stuff. What's this? Oh. No, it can't be everyone at once. Holmes reads the newspaper daily. You should, as well as it contains information to help your case. Choose one of the 4 papers to begin search of your clues. Okay, so that was March. Oh, okay, so the even went back as far as August of the previous year. Let's see. At the London University College on Wednesday afternoon, before an appreciative audience, Dr. Ebenezer Turnbull delivered a lecture which dealt with the history of excavations and the method of which they may most profitably be conducted. Dr. Turnbull and archaeologists James Windebank and Andrew Weatherby are embarking this week on a new Egyptian expedition, excavating Qutebet's tomb at the head of the Valley of the Kings near Karnak and Luxor. Sunday's lecture was illustrated by photographs thrown on a screen by the electric light, which provide vividly and distinctly not only the work done of its various stages, but the modus operandi, the conditions of which the work was carried out. Okay, yep. Weatherby was in another paper? Okay. Realized classical study at Dr. Turnbull prefaces lecture by exploration of real objects and excavations. These days, whatever might have given the first stimulus to such efforts. Okay, so he's just trying to buzzword his way into making it sound better. One archaeologist is confounded with the treasure seeker, mineralogist with the gold miner. Okay. House of Lords, Jewish soul, mysterious death. Being led direction board body found by two women and a man. Body been robbed. 2 gold earrings, and the man had been observed wearing. 2 women of ill fame to be the associate of bad characters taken into custody, suspicions of death. There are no wounds on the body, but supposed overdose of some kind. Lions killed. Hold on a second. What? Lions murdered in Hyde Park. What the fuck? 2 lions, both male, were found shot to death in Hyde Park at early hours of this morning. Neither the constable who discovered the macabre sight nor the inspectors of Scotland Yard admit any clue as to the perpetrator or motive of this bizarre. Okay, murders. Okay, gotta write this down. Lions murdered. August 17th, 1888. Charges of murder. Okay. Mason. Newspaper reading, the game. I didn't buy the paper wrestling sound DLC. Oh, I did. Never mind. There it is. Sir, with regard to recent mummy murders, I would like to suggest we abandon our attempts to disturb the ancients in their graves. This applies to Morocco and other foreign lands, British Isles, that's ever stopped them before. If the hypothesis of these such men as James Ferguson, who believes Stonehenge is the ancient... Surely the murders... Okay, yep. J.A. Merton. Letter. April 12th, 1888. Reason Mummy Fair points up to the fact that I've been trying to convince my fellow Britons for some time now that films crimes, particularly serious nature, committed by foreigners. Oh, great. It's always got to be one of them in a group, right? Can we act now? Johnny Bulldog Trent. Yeah, okay. Mummy Strikes Again by James Windibank. Did I write that down? That was one of the guys in the James Windibank. Part of Crew? Dead, like, yes. Okay, so dead April 11th. Neck strangled. He was with the other. Yeah. We got this. Okay. Archaeologist company. Organizer was murdered in the actual tomb. Yep. Andrew had to be similar fate on board a ship. Okay, so tomb, ship. Oh, museum. So someone who was there the entire time, all the way back from the beginning. It was the mummy. Call it. Get the judge. Weatherby's. Yes, Weatherby's also dead. Oh no! Wait. What? Oh, you're right. The fuck? Yes. Just last week. Okay. Trading ship and Eastern Empress was at the scene of the mysterious death. Shipboard investigation was handled by Captain Herman Ramsey. Damn, so many fucking names. And Herman Ramsey. Luther Penny investigated Weatherby. Yeah. Thanks, Scotland Yard. Yeah. Declined to name many suspects at the time. All right. Sir, as a man of science and medicine, I must protest these innuendos and murderous mummies. The ancient Egyptians had progressed, and they certainly have not found the everlasting life in the material world. Even had they, what? Even had they, we cannot bring home the murder of 2 men and a 4,000-year-old mummy. What? I can only repeat this to that this utter nonsense and balderdash without the slightest scientific basis and a disgrace to the pages of your venerable newspaper. I am, sir, your obedient servant, John H. Watson. God damn it, Watson. Oh, the coffin of Alexander the Great. Now here we go. Foreign arrivals. Oh, why is this a thing? Latest shipping. Oh, I see. From Quebec. Home arrivals. Fatal accident. Francis Scott Somerset. Somerset's just the house records. I thought that was something. Data concussion. Okay, so there's a lot of like useless information in here, but also causing to stay out of the paper. Yeah. Was this the one I just read? Yes, it was. Okay. So, okay. Jewels stole. Jewels. Disaster at sea. Captain Ryan of the schooner SD Story. That's not the same ship. Okay. Poor cow. Killed by lightning. Fatal rail. Oh my god. Jesus. Okay. Okay, let's pick at this one more time. Lyons murdered. That's right. Okay. Mysterious death. Lyons. Lyons! Wait a second. No. The editorial in the last paper? The one we just were at? This one? To the editor of the Times. Sir, my late husband was a well-known and respectable journalist. I now turn to you and hope that some action might be taken in this case and terrible death. Perhaps I should refresh your memory and that of your readers with the facts of this bizarre death. The police records are bare indeed and report little more than Isidore Persano was found stark staring mad, with a matchbox in front of him that contained a remarkable worm unknown to science. He survived only days in that state of madness before succumbing to a mercifully quick death. When police failed to make any progress in the case, I sought help elsewhere and with equally disappointing results. But now I've discovered new information pointing to the guilt of that Mr. James Phillimore, who disappeared without a trace the same day my husband was fiendishly driven mad. The police treat me with the same condescension. Oh my god, I can't fucking read. or unusual, but you know. Condescension. There we go. Fuck my brain. My brain. They reserve for hysterical widows, so I am now turning to you in the public for support in the pursuit of the prosecution of Mr. Phillimore, who I believe has left England aboard the cutter Alicia. Your obedient and hopeful servant, Mrs. I. Persano. Okay. Okay, let's take this random scribbling of bullshit that I've put together, and let's take a look at what we've got here. No, this is clue history. We don't want that. Directory. Oh. Jesus Christ. Ah, Mrs. Hudson. Mycroft, yes. Inspector Lestrade. Scotland Yard, criminology. Bilbo Underhill. What? What? I kind of just want to the Zoom. Zoological Gardens? Sure. I was busy with an experiment and wants nothing less than peace and quiet. So when Pippin... Wait a second. Pippin drops by, the Texan sent the boy to the zoo with a few pets. Just sending him to the zoo. It's like, now remember to get the information. Just don't spend the day at the fucking zoo. No mummies there. Lots of smelly animals. I would have liked to seen the zebras leave, but I missed them. For fuck's sakes, Pippin, you useless piece of shit. Okay. I think, you know, we owe Mr. Underhill a visit in person. Detectives doubt that Mr. Underhill has any relevant information, but they decide to visit the man regardless.
They had absolutely no information pertaining to this case.
I thought not, Watson. It appears that we've wasted our time.
Fuck. You don't give me a fucking option like that and just a vegetarian restaurant? What the fuck? Don't tempt me with fucking Bilbo Underhill and tell me that's useless, wasted time. Fuck you. Okay. Weatherby. Yeah, that's a good call. Andrew, yeah, we'll send the detectives. Weatherby? Watson asked as Holmes reaches for his deerstalker hat. The great detective reminds the good doctor of the articles in the newspaper of the fortunate demise of Andrew Weatherby. I just got an achievement, too, for that, so...
I'm very sorry to intrude on you in your moment of grief.
Oh, that's quite all right. You know, Andrew and I hadn't been married very long.
Long enough to know if he had any enemies?
Oh, Andrew was so unassuming. Everyone liked him.
Including Mr. Urubaru?
I really loved my husband.
I'm sure you did. Oh, English toffee. My favorite.
Would you like one?
Please.
Sorry, you'll have to open this yourself.
Ah, shit, quick time events. No. Hold on. Let's replay that again.
I'm very sorry to intrude on you in your moment of grief.
Oh, that's quite all right. You know, Andrew and I hadn't been married very long.
Long enough to know if he had any enemies?
Oh, Andrew was so unassuming. Everyone liked him.
Including Mr. Urubaru?
I really loved my husband.
I'm sure you did. Oh, English toffee. My favorite.
Would you like one?
Please.
Mr. Urubaru. U-R-U-B-U-R-U.
I've never been any good with these things.
Mrs. Weatherby can't open tins. Okay. All right. Let's see who else we have on this list. Turnbull. Ebenezer Turnbull. Now I'm assuming search Holmes's files. That do something? Oh, ironically, the doctor isn't feeling well, so Holmes decides to pay a visit to the home of the late Ebenezer Turnbull by himself. Video.
Dr. Turnbull, he was a strange one, he was. Hardly ever at home, always traipsing about her Lord knows where.
May I take a look at his things?
Oh, suit yourself. All he had is a big pile of books about Egyptian mummies and a few maps. He was a son of an earl, he was. Though you hardly tell from looking at him, poor fellow. Do you really think this mummy thing's what's done him in? Creepy, I says.
Who is this woman? The fuck?
Dr. Turnbull, he was a strange one, he was. Hardly ever at home, always traipsing about her Lord knows where.
May I take a look at his things?
Oh, suit yourself. All he had is a big pile of books about Egyptian mummies and a few maps. He was a son of an earl, he was. Though you hardly tell from looking at him, poor fellow. Do you really think this mummy thing's what's done him in? Creepy, I says.
This is the most awkward conversation I've ever heard in my life. Spooky. A lot of these things, I'm assuming I could have just sent the irregulars to find this out. Windibank. That's the last. James Windibank. Let's see if Watson can get off his ass and come with us this time. Armed with information he's discovered in both the Times and conversations of reliable sources, Holmes sets out alone in hopes of a revelatory conversation with the Windibank's widow.
James was so thrilled when Dr. Turnbull invited him to join the expedition. He felt he had spent his entire life reading books about archaeology, and now was finally getting an opportunity to go out into the field.
Tell me, Mrs. Windibank, when your husband returned, did he discuss the deaths of his colleagues?
Of course. James was extremely upset. I know he did not believe a curse to be responsible. My husband was a man of science.
But you would have gotten the video. I would not. I think I would have just gotten a piece of paper like the last time. Okay, so he was excited about the expo, upset at the deaths, and didn't believe in a curse. That's all I got from that. Yeah, I keep clicking search Holmes's files, but it doesn't do anything, so I don't know what that means. Oh, let's see. Let's to check in with the dead lab rat and figure out some stuff about their deaths. That might be helpful. Meek. Holmes's files. Okay, let's send it to the detectives. Migraine sidelines the great detective while he soothes himself Holmes sends Watson to discuss the murders with the medical examiner, hoping for more evidence to support his growing hypothesis, which is code for Holmes is on a bender again and he's not able to do his job.
Beg your pardon, but could I have a word with you, Sir Jasper?
Dr. Watson, of course. Are you investigating the death of Samuel Sneed? I just finished with him.
No, we're interested in James Windibank.
Ah, the mummy's latest victim, of course. Who hired Holmes for this one? King Tut?
Oh, that's a jolly good one. Actually, we don't have a client on this one.
Just for fun, eh? Well, about the only thing I can tell you is that mummy has very powerful hands.
What do you mean?
The trachea was crushed along with one of the vertebrae of the neck. Death was instantaneous. Snap.
But the papers' reports say that there were mummy wrappings found round the neck.
Just window dressing. Without question, it was bare hands. The bruises and the way that the vertebrae was crushed leave no doubt about that.
Thank you very much for your time, Sir Jasper. We're very much appreciative.
Not at all, Watson. You will let me know when you've convicted the mummy.
Beg your pardon?
Well, so I can perform an autopsy on him. Would be most fascinating, don't you think?
That's not how convictions work. Us. Okay. Okay, so I guess Windibank is the only one that died back in London. An ugly place, according to Holmes. So yeah, that would make sense that he's the only one that we have autopsy on. Okay. What else do we have? We have nope. Oh fuck, we got a lot of points. Shit. Way too many points. Oh fuck, it keeps going. Okay. All right, let's see. O'Brien. Let's send the irregulars. Let's Dr. Watson summons Telly, one of the irregulars. He sends him to see O'Brien, knowing that the clerk at all times is difficult to catch in the office. Oi, that was useless. He's on holiday. For fuck's sakes, Telly. Son of a bitch. Oh, okay. So this is literally all this is. Let's see. Hogg. Yeah, let's go talk to Hogg. Do we send the detectives or just go with the regulars? Send the detectives. Holmes dispatches Watson to check on the lead somewhere else while he himself hoofs over to the Police Gazette to talk with Quentin Hogg. Since the reporter loves nothing more than one-sided conversation, Holmes fears a long afternoon ahead.
Now, the thing what does strike me as odd is the passenger list of the Eastern Empress. Now, I'm not saying it has anything to do with the mummy murders, mind you, but it was a bit out of the ordinary.
What was Hogg?
Akram Palmy, for starters. He's a well-known importer, he is. For a price, a considerable price by all accounts, he can acquire whatever one's heart desires, be it jewels, art objects, or even wild animals, if that's what you fancy. I'd say he was on board that ship to transport something very valuable.
The presence of one high-powered importer on a London-bound vessel is hardly reason for suspicion.
Right-o. But Abdullah al-Saad was also on board.
Oh, yes. The well-known agent for the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire.
You never miss a trick, do you, Holmes? Well, whatever it was what Palmy was carrying, I'd say it was something those Turks wanted to get their hands on.
Okay, I probably shouldn't have done that. Okay, let's go back to the newspaper. Oh shit, the thing could keep going up and up and up. Okay, so... okay, this is Lloyd's Shipping. Entertainment, disaster at sea. I have to update that. The recent expedition. Blonde, mysterious death. Accident on the docks. Oh, Barry O'Neill, lion tamer for Roy Slade's Wild African Extravaganza, was injured to show after a load was injured as the show was being unloaded at the London docks. It is unfortunate that the spectacle, which will be at Hengler's Circus for the 3 weeks, will be opening tonight without one of its top-billed acts. Slade assures of the... Okay. Yeah. Lion tamer. A lion spaghetti. Like, there's... I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Okay. I think it's this one then. Entertainment. Where did we see it? We saw it somewhere. Was it in the most recent one? See, this is Lloyd's. Foreign arrivals. Shipping departures. Disaster at sea. Law notices, mysterious death. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, we saw it. It said importing. Wait a second. Hold on. Misread the newspaper's can for not. Oh, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, no. Noms take present. This is interesting, though. The letter of the Times. Sir, I feel I must write to formally register my outrage at the irresponsible handling by your paper of my recent discovery. Your reporter's insinuation that I lack the accreditation to unearth such antiquities is an utter affront. For your information, I am a world-renowned authority in my field, especially Egyptian studies. Your reporter obviously has no appreciation for the significance of such finding, and has no understanding of archaeology. I demand a retraction post haste. Earl of Downey. Now, whoever the fuck that was over at Turnbull's place said he was the son of an earl. Now, I don't know why he has a different name. Earl of Down. Oh, clue history. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, so this is all the things we've... Okay. Sweet. Earl of Down. Oh, yeah, you know what? That's true. Let's see. Newspapers. Raven and Rat. Records office. Oh, Lloyd's. Yeah, that's a good point. Who runs Lloyd's? From Lloyd's. Lloyd's agent in Malta. Okay. Maybe it's just down at the docks. Maybe there's a location for the docks. Oh, you saw Lloyd's in the directory? Oh, okay. S? Ah, shipping companies. You're right. Okay. We'll send the boys. Isn't one shipping company like the next? Watson asks Holmes. After 10-minute explanation, Watson admits he stands corrected as he follows the detective out the door. That's right. Shut up.
This seemed to be a dead end.
Fuck.
No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
Shit. Okay. Well. All right. Yeah, worth a shot. Let's go bother Mycroft. Oh, Akram. Yeah, why don't we go talk to Fami? Importer of wild animals. He was on the ship. I think it was, yeah, this is worthwhile. Let's go talk to him. Mr. Rice from the Thames, as the men cross the bridge on the way to meet with Akram Fami, the handler of historical relics. He's a smuggler. Straight up smuggler.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Creepy.
Are you at home?
Apparently so, Watson. Look.
Oh, what ghastly
Fuck,
business.
he's dead.
Everyone will assume the mummy has struck again.
Hardly a plausible assumption. This poor fellow has a knife in his back and not a scrap of sheeting about his neck.
How very observant, Holmes.
Ring up Scotland Yard. This case is simple enough for them to solve.
You've solved it already.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
I did it. No.
Obviously, it was the butler.
Are you kidding me?
Butler? What butler?
Exactly my point. A man as wealthy as Akram Fahmy would always have a manservant about him. After the foul deed, this one obviously beat a hasty retreat.
The fuck? Seriously? You're gonna drop that on us? Okay, so Fami's dead, which apparently has absolutely nothing to do with anything. What's the other one? The other one is Abdullah Al-Sawad. Okay. Holmes knows nothing of Al-Sawad and is eager to accompany Watson to his home. Perhaps the gentleman could be of service to him. Is he dead too?
Well, Holmes, I checked in with Mr. Al-Sad's manservant and...
And you discovered that Mr. Al-Sad was not at home.
But however did you know that?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I noticed some crumpet crumbs from the corner bakery stuck to your lapel. You haven't been gone long enough to stop for tea and interview anyone at length.
Most observant, sir.
Useless, messy eater Watson. Wow. Okay. Huh. All right. Okay. Uh-huh. So, obviously we can't deal with these guys. Well, one of them's dead. No breaks for you, Watson. What did I say? All detective work, no crumpets. All right. Let's see. Who do we have still on our list of stuff? Lab rat. I don't think we need a lawyer. Sleazebag gossip jerk. Do we want him? The theater. Oh, the theater. Why do we want the theater? Maybe that art college? Fuck. What point? The 140. Shit. Okay. Oh. You're right. We'll send the regulars. Well, lads, heard from the lad that someone at the college knows something. Although it sounds dubious, the regulars sent it. But anyway. Wow, that's... Okay, I'm not reading that out loud. That's sketchy as fuck. Okay, we're not we're not sending them anywhere ever again. Jesus Christ. That was King's College Hospital. Where's the museum? The National Gallery? Myra Fine Art. Holmes not to be asked twice as a good doctor to teach her the National Gallery. Paintings there. Isn't this where they're setting it up? I probably fucked this up.
This seemed to be a dead end.
Yep, it's dead end. Fuck off. I know. All right. Records office. Okay. Trumbull dead. Elephant Castle. That's not. English Archaeological Society. Yeah, let's send. Yeah, there we go.
This seemed to be a dead end.
Fuck off. How could it be a dead end? It's all about archaeology. Okay, I'm going back to the newspaper. Because fuck this. Okay. Strange event. Sudden gale, the island man blew off the church stone roof. Hazard's house was blocked by a tree has fallen early. No injuries. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's see. Shipping departures. Ah. The Eastern Empress. So maybe Jardin, Maiden, and company. Maybe we'll go talk to them.
Incoming message from Greg TFO. Ear ye, read all about it. Paul, Melch is on the case of the latest London caper. Get your paper air.
Amazing. Hey, Greg, how's it going? Oh, jeez. Shipping company. Okay, we'll send the detectives. After reading an article in the Times, Holmes hurries Watson to the carriage, believing that time is of the essence. Okay.
Here is a passenger list you requested, sir.
Wait. Anthony Urubaru was sleeping with Weatherby's wife. Clarissa Weatherby. Wait.
Here is a passenger list you
Louise Fenwick. Louise Fenwick! Okay. Then Philip Travis. To catch everyone up of what's going on here, apparently people are dying related to an archaeological find. 2 people are dead. Professor Ebenezer Turnbull, who was found dead in the tomb. Andrew Weatherby, who was dead on the ship, who had discovered Turnbull's body at the tomb. And then James Windebank was found dead at the museum set up, but his trachea was crushed and a vertebrae was broken. And the doc thinks it was done with bare hands because of how it was crushed. It was instant death. And there was a piece of the mummy wrapping around his neck. Oh, and 2 lions are dead, and we don't know why. Which we don't know if it's important to the story or not, but we're gonna go with yes. Quite possibly. All right, let's see. So right now we've been reading through a newspaper, which has been, I know, absolutely riveting to watch and read along with me. But based on this stuff, we then go through and it's Winston I'm calling it. Visit Uwu. Okay, we'll go visit Uwu. Anthony, the perfect crime. The doctor received a telegram summoning him to the home of one of his patients. Holmes hails a carriage and proceeds to Mr. Uwuwu's house. Okay.
If this is an inconvenient time, perhaps I could come back, Mr. Urubaru.
I wouldn't hear of it. Just a bit of a hangover. I've weathered plenty worse than this.
I'm investigating the death of Andrew Weatherby. You were on the ship with him out of Cairo. Did you happen to make his acquaintance?
Weatherby, a most tedious fellow.
So tedious, one might want to do him in.
Don't be preposterous. In my condition, I couldn't have done anything of the sort.
What condition was that?
And I thought you were a great detective. The first night out, a few of us threw a bit of a bash that went on until we docked in London.
Did Mrs. Weatherby attend this particular bash?
She was the guest of honor, you might say.
Guest of honor. Well, I don't know what we've learned from that. But the other one, Merrill and Louise Fenwick. Cap in hand, the men leave 221 Baker Street and journey to the other side of town to visit the haughty Fenwicks. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Mrs. Weatherby is not dead. She's the one who couldn't get the tin of toffees open. Because very specifically, and now I'm going to underline it, Mrs. Weatherby cannot open tins. But they were just recently married. So that's probably going to come back and bite us somehow. Don't know why. Anyway.
But I don't know anything about the death of old... whatever his name was.
Andrew Weatherby.
Fact is, I only saw the gentleman once, just as we were boarding. And I'll tell you, I resented the first officer's questioning us on the matter, and I resent yours.
The whole voyage was a disaster from beginning to end. Our accommodations were positively abysmal. They wouldn't even let us bring Dickie into our cabin.
Dickie? Her high-strung, distasteful little mutt.
How can you say that, Merrill? You know Dickie is a blue-blooded Yorkshire Terrier. Momsey will be with you in just a moment, Dickiekins. He's a bit under the weather, you know. That's why we were only able to stay in Egypt for 2 weeks. Dickie was so disappointed. He so wanted to see the Sphinx.
Mr. Holmes is not interested in your incessant whining, Louise.
Oh, now I whine, do I? There was a time you thought I had a lovely speaking voice. It's true, Mr. Holmes. He once adored me.
No doubt.
Oh, for the love of God, Louise, spare us your...
What's that look at Holmes? Okay. Okay, so I don't know how much we didn't really learn. They didn't really know anything other than they're stuck-up jerks. They were in Egypt for 2 weeks. And their dog's name's Dickie. That's about it. That's all we've learned. And they didn't see the Sphinx. Also sus. Yeah. Right now, I'm relying on everything that I've learned watching Murder, She Wrote by picking up on, like, oh, that's a weird thing to say. Like, oh, wait a second. Hold on. Why would you say something like that? That's a inadvertent detail you've given out for free for absolutely no reason. Okay, so we did discover something. It was because I got an achievement for the big hint clue. Let's go back to the notebook and see how badly we've done now. Apparently, this is like golf scores. We want lower points. Holmes Pride listed outside. Yep. He's unavailable. He's dead. They're a piece of work. Philip Travis, Anthony Uru, James Wind. Okay, so Philip Travis is who we need to play Medieval or Medieval 2 at all. I have not. That was PlayStation. That was before not my time, but before I had a PlayStation. Oh, here I am trying to look up Medieval right now. Philip Travis. Let's figure out who the hell Philip Travis is. Let's send the detectives. Apple cranberry cakes. I think Holmes got the short end of the stick on this one.
So you've been reading my articles in the Times. I'm honored. What do you think of them?
Quite interesting. You've clearly been following the murders quite closely. Who do you suspect?
I believe it is the work of the ancient Egyptian god Pumatef and his goddess Neith.
Be serious.
I couldn't be more serious. You see, Mr. Holmes, although I am a journalist, I was actually trained as an Egyptologist. I know all about these mysteries. That's why my articles carry the force of truth.
And what is the truth, Mr. Travis?
The truth is that the Egyptians discovered the secret of life. What we call science is mere child's play compared to the knowledge they had. Look at this. Do you know what this is?
It appears to be a mummified animal of some sort, a monkey perhaps?
Precisely.
Quite a conversation piece.
I've been using it in some very important experiments which, if successful, will unlock the secret for bringing back the souls of the dead. I've been working on it, Mr. Holmes, using these tanner leaves. Watch.
The whole thing just goes up in flames.
Uma lotus. Licantina. Burura.
It appears that the soul of this particular monkey has no intention of making a reappearance.
It's only a matter of time. I know it is. After all, these secrets have been buried for thousands of years. These things don't happen overnight. But it will happen someday. This is my mission.
I believe I'll leave you to your work, Mr. Travis.
Don't go yet. Let me show you more.
Thank you. Some other time, perhaps.
Okay. So he's a reporter, and has this been saying who's been writing these things? It doesn't say who's the author. This guy believes the magic from the menu. Believes in magic from the menu? Oh. From the menu. The source page. Okay, so we have the continent dude, the lazy know-it-all, sleaze bag, gossip jerk, ex-cop. Let's see what we talked to some of them already. Sketchy rat is Porky. Murray was the lab rat. Meek was the dead lab rat. He's the guy. Turnbull's home. Okay. Hog, we found. Strahd. I don't know if there's anyone that would be... Because Alice Henry. Foreign news editor. Barrister. I don't think we need him quite yet. Murray is head chemist. Oh. That's interesting. I wonder if we should talk to him. Like, we don't have a motive. We don't have a suspect. Oh, wait, hold on. Births and marriages, huh? I wonder if... Because if the Weatherbys have recently just been married, I wonder if they'll have any information regarding that.
Mr. Turnbull apparently left what little he had to the Egyptology department at London University. And Windbank left everything to his wife Hildegard.
What about Weatherby?
Ditto. Everything was left to his wife Clarissa. Although being such a young chap, it hardly seems that he had much to leave at all.
Okay. Hildebrand. What kind of fucking names? Have you played QFG? Not quite sure what that is. Also, hey, how's it going? Husband and dog lady having an affair with a... Quest for Glory. Oh, no, I don't think so. That sounds familiar, though, but I don't think I've played it. I will add it to the list, though. Let's check our notebook again. Let's, Bickering Fenwicks. A couple are on board. The Empress seemed to nothing at the matter. I think it's probably... Yeah, it's probably Rubaru was probably hitting up Weatherby. Yeah, it's not a motive for murder, though. That's assuming the motive for all three murders are the same. But also the fact that Farmy is dead. That doesn't feel like that's a coincidence.
Incoming message from Greg TFO. Oi oi, paper here. Bloody hell. A right artful dodger this one. Well, London town's got a ghoul it seems. Read all about it.
Amazing. Weird glitch at the game or something running in the back, or something running in the background that goes into hyperspeed. Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay. Hello, Slottle. Hello. It's a lot of reading, and a lot of stuff. So right now we're trying to investigate the murder of Professor Ebenezer Turnbull, Andrew Weatherby, and James Windibank. They were on an expedition to Egypt, and they uncovered a tomb. Turnbull died in the tomb. Andrew Weatherby died on the ship bringing things back, and James Windibank was found dead at the museum with a crushed larynx and vertebrae. And the coroner thinks it had to be done with bare hands, and there was also a scrap of mummy bindings. So right now we're just trying to figure out. We're getting more and more information about people, and someone's already dead, but we've written it off as literally the butler did it, which is not helpful. What's the judge? Uh-oh. Holmes and Watson leave 221 Baker Street and hurry to the Queen's Court to present their case before the magistrate. Armed with the information about the mummy murders, the detectives cut a swath through London fog, had to look at blah, blah, blah. Yep.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but it seems you will have to turn up a clue or two more before I'll judge this case.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I just didn't know what that was. Oh, yeah, no, it's great, FMV. It's absolutely terrible, and it's great. It's amazing. And we already talked to Bilbo Underhill, and it's like, they had nothing for us. You thought this was PS5. Amazing. Okay, so Turnbull left everything to the London University. Let's go check them out. states the obvious when he recommends a trip to the Egyptology department is in order. Holmes commends the good doctor and ushers him out the door with the fading sunlight. Tells him to lay off the fucking crumpets because he's already got him in trouble twice. It is no longer tied. First is no longer tied. I believe Avari is ahead by 2 now. And I'm also dissolving the last claims because I was running the numbers today. A lot of people weren't really doing it. But I do believe, Salal, you won the last claims. So you will have a stream game credit next month. I'm going to figure out how I'm going to rework all that stuff. So I will be looking to Hatofu Boyfriend, if that's still what you want me to try and do a stream of. Okay. Let me know in the Discord.
Such a tragedy. Fine men all, and such outstanding scholars. I still can't quite get over the shock of it.
We understand.
Professor, we're looking for background information on these 3 men so that we can understand how their murders might tie together.
Well, let me begin with Dr. Turnbull. Ebenezer Turnbull was responsible for organizing the Carteret expedition. Quite a remarkable man, really. This was the first time he teamed up with James Windibank. Professor Windibank was one of our most popular lecturers. In fact, several of his former students were also eager to accompany him. I recall him saying that he was having difficulty choosing. Weatherby turned out to be the lucky one. Oh, it seems far from it now, doesn't it? I suppose Smith and Travis turned out to be the lucky ones after all.
Smith and Travis?
Smith.
Peter Smith accepted the invitation to join another expedition. As for Philip Travis, he was quite keen on accompanying Professor Windibank. In fact, he became exceedingly upset when Andrew Weatherby, a postgraduate student in the department, was chosen instead. Took it rather personally, I should say.
So Philip Travis is the nut bar who's been writing all the stuff in the papers about Egyptian stuff, and then was also had a mummified monkey in his apartment. Peter Smith is worth. So he didn't get picked. Andrew Weatherby got picked. Okay, interesting. Let's go take a look at Peter Smith and see if he's got anything. Having heard Mr. Smith's name from Henry Ellis. Oh, we talked to Henry Ellis. Okay. Henry Ellis. London University. Okay.
Sorry I can't help you, Ducky, but Mr. Smith has been out of the country since the middle of March. He's a good-looking bloke, except for the dirt under his fingernails.
The fuck? Okay. Well, if he's been out of the country since March, we have newspapers from March. March. If he's been out of the country, what has he been doing? Wait. Since March. Dirt. Oh yeah, dirt under fingernails. Dirt. Fingernails. Okay. Miscellaneous. Trained Nurses Institution. Telegram for Baines from Japan has received British Thailand. Church. Okay. So he's been out of the country. So things happening here aren't going to apply to him. Disaster at sea. Arrived yesterday, Iceland. Things say, oh, this is still not. Okay. Dirt like he was digging. I mean, well, he was taking those Egypt courses. Okay. Turnbull working late into the night. Jewel heist? Jewel heist, excuse me? Where's the jewel heist? Bottom. Oh, you're right. Jewels, the Duchess of Oldenburg, were stolen from the Schultz yesterday afternoon. Sentries guarding the jewels left to post. When smoke began billowing from a small room adjacent to that, the treasure was kept. The fire had apparently been caused by a smoke bomb. Please submit to a few other clues. Would have closed the borders as a first precautionary step. They have also detained several internationally suspected criminals, including Helmut Schindler and Thomas O'Neill, but found no evidence to hold them. Man found dead. Okay, that's that. Oh yeah, the Stark raving mad about the. I wonder if we should talk to her. The guilt of Mr. James Fillmore, who disappeared without a trace the same day. Driven mad. Persano, yeah, because this is another bizarre death. Which this guy just went mad, stark staring mad with a matchbox from containing a remarkable worm unknown to science. Like, Fillmore left England. He's been out of the country. It's James Fillmore. Oh. Maybe James Fillmore, because they both disappeared. Like rabies? I don't know. But succumbing to a mercifully quick death. Maybe he dug up the worm and gave it to him. I think Persano is worthwhile. Yes, yeah, let's just do that. Let's go talk to Thing. Mary Ellison said Mrs. Persano's work is above approach. Men decided to pay the journalist. See, journalists? How do we know that? Oh, no, that's right. Yeah, never mind.
Sorry, Holmes. No information.
Fuck off.
Well, let's not dawdle, Watson. There's work to be done.
God damn it. Well, Fillmore James. Let's send the irregulars. Wanting nothing more to do, be left alone with his headache, Holmes finally relents and lets the boisterous boys talk to Mr. Fillmore. Asked a question about the mummy, but he seemed only to want to talk about scorpions and stuff. Okay. Right? So we do know that... Okay, so... Maybe we should send the detectives to Fillmore. Watson had... Holmes had unsuccessful convincing Watson that an insect importer does Fillmore has nothing to do with mummy murders.
Pity.
Yeah, okay. We do that. I just wasted a whole bunch of points. That's fine. By the way this game works is the more you do something, it costs a certain amount of points. You want lower points. So I wonder if this also turns into like you have to ask someone about something and then you'll find out more. Like I wonder if we revisit Clarissa Weatherby after talking to Uruburu, we're going to find out something more.
I'm very sorry to intrude on you in your moment of grief.
Oh, that's quite all right. You know, Andrew and I hadn't been married very long.
Long enough to know if he had any enemies?
Oh,
yeah, this seems the same.
Andrew was so unassuming. Everyone liked him.
Including Mr. Uruburu?
I really loved my husband.
I'm sure you did. Oh, English toffee. My favorite.
Would you like one?
Please.
Sorry, you'll have to open this yourself. I've never been any good with these things.
So either she's the one who crushed the larynx and this is all a play, like all a show, or she just really tins are her kryptonite. We have the names of the captains, don't we? We do. The captain, oh boy. Henry Ramsey. Herman Ramsey. And First Officer Luther. They investigated Weatherby's death. So Mr. Ramsey has information valuable to the case. Gathers the coat, hat, carriage, home of the man.
We had just come through a rather grueling storm, so I sent my first officer, Luther Tenney, down into the hold to check on the condition of the cargo. He reported back post-haste that Mr. Weatherby was lying dead among the Egyptian artifacts we were transporting. I turned over the helm to Tenney and went below to have a look for myself.
And did what you see confirm Tenney's report?
Unfortunately, yes. Weatherby was lying next to that coffin, or whatever it's called, apparently strangled. I went back to the bridge and put Tenney in charge of the investigation.
And what did he uncover?
Well, you'll have to ask him for the specifics, because I can scarcely recall the details.
You're useless. Get out of here. Like the OG stories. I used to see. I had a. It's another going off on a random mental track with Melch story. I had a smaller e-reader, and I had loaded up, I think, all the Sherlock Holmes books on it, and I would read that on my way to campus for the longest time, and I think I finished 4 of them. Like, I started reading them in order, and then I put my e-reader down on my bed once, and then my bed was in front of the window at the time, and I ran over to hear. I heard something happening outside. I ran over, jumped on my bed to look out my window, and I kneeled right onto the e-reader and cracked the screen, and it was just dead. I couldn't do anything about it, so I stopped reading the stuff at that point. And I've forgotten everything since then about the stories. But other than that, I have a new e-reader now. It's fine. That's not what you asked, but I know enough, I think. At least enough of the important things. I don't know like specific details of individual. I don't think this is this based on one of them? Is this a real Holmes yet? I don't know. I was just about to ask that. I think this is possibly made up. I could be wrong. You know what? It may not be. It may actually be a thing. The Mummy's Curse. Oh, you know what? No, I don't. I think it's I don't think it's an original version. I don't think it's original one written by. I was gonna say Arthur C. Clarke. He definitely did not write these books. God damn it! It was in the Strand magazine, written by Arthur Conan Doyle. There we go. Yeah, no, I don't think this is. Yeah. Conan, how could I forget that? Fucking case closed. God damn it, son of a bitch. Anyway, all right, so we gotta go talk to Luther Tenney. Watson hails a hansom cab, and Holmes follows his friend. On their way to what? Did he not get in the cab?
Let me tell you, a murder, even by a 4,000-year-old mummy, was only one odd thing in a string of bad luck on this voyage.
What sort of bad luck?
All started with the crew, really. Seamen are a rather superstitious lot to begin with, and the idea carrying about a 4,000-year-old mummy had them shivering in their timbers. We almost faced a bloody mutiny. Then there were the passengers, a strange lot. I can tell you that reporter fellow, Travis, did us no service at all with his mystic mumbo-jumbo. He and Professor Winterbank had a regular war of words going on about whatever powers this mummy was supposed to have. And there was the 2 Arabs.
Arabs? Interesting. Do you recall their names?
I should hope I do. One was called Farmy.
He's dead.
Always carried around this curious little box. No clue what was in it, but Farmy never let it out of his sight. The other one's name was Al Sard, and he spent most of his time lurking about watching Farmy. My guess is he wanted that box.
Sounds like you had your hands full.
I haven't even told you about the fight yet between Mr. Weatherby and Mr. Arubaru.
Oh.
Weatherby's wife, I'd say, though they were a tight-lipped lot about it.
I see. Tell me, Lieutenant, we understand that you were the first person to discover the body.
Yes, sir, I was. Captain Ramsey sent me down to inspect the hold. I went immediately over to them Egyptian crates. Professor Winterbank was particularly anxious about him, you know.
Could you describe the scene as you remember it?
I'll never forget it. I just made my way to the back of the hold, and I noticed at the top of them crates, the one what carried the mummy's coffin was raised up kind of funny like. The coffin lid was laid off to one side, and there was Mr. Weatherby all sprawled on the floor next to a bowl of ashes. He'd been strangled by a length of the mummy's sheeting. Bloody gruesome, I tell you. Poor bloke's eyes popped out like a couple of sausages on a hot iron skillet.
Quite a vivid picture, don't you agree, Holmes?
Quite. And you reported this to Captain Ramsay straight away?
Absolutely. In fact, the captain put me in charge of the entire investigation.
And what did you discover? Did anybody have any contact with Weatherby on the night of the murder?
Not that I know of. I could account for all the crew. The passengers were in their cabins as far as anyone knew or would say. Nobody saw anything, heard anything, or knew anything. Besides, Weatherby was seasick from the beginning. He stayed pretty much in his cabin all the time. Maybe that's why the lovely young Mrs. Weatherby was gallivanting about.
With Uruburu?
Yes, indeed.
And what of the bowl? Where is it now?
The bowl?
Can I have it?
Oh, yes. You know, now that you mention it, I don't recall ever seeing it again.
Okay. So this is what I got so far. Bad luck on board, mutiny near. Travis, Mystic mumbling. Fought with Winterbank about power stuff. Farmy had a little box. Al-Sad was watching Farmy. The sarcophagus box was opened and ashes in bowls. Ashes in a bowl, but the bowl's missing. And Weatherby was seasick. So I think this lines up with a lot of Philip Smith was doing that. Sorry, not Peter Smith. Phil Travis. He had motive because he was angry he wasn't selected for the original mission. The original mission. Right? That's what we learned. Hard feelings, but those left behind. So Phil had hard feelings against Weatherby, but Weatherby was... Phil Travis wasn't on the ship, was he? He was. Why was he... What? Why was he wasn't left behind? Yeah, Travis... I'm pretty sure Travis killed... Travis killed Weatherby. I think the little box is a red herring that Farmy, because Farmy's already dead. But we also don't know who Farmy's butler is, according to Holmes. Farmy was killed by his butler, which is absolutely stupid. Where is it? Is it Hogg? He was murdered. Knife protruding from his back. And we tried to find... Al-Sad, but he was gone. Uruburu, I mean, that is motive. He was messing around with his wife, but I don't know. Discovered journals could believes the Egyptian gods killed the Englishmen, much to Holmes' chagrin. The man attempts to raise the spirit of a monkey. Like, it didn't seem like Weatherby was into that. What's clue? Hints. We're not going to use hints. Great detective. Okay. So what else do we need to figure out right now? So that's what we're assuming right now. He had the motive and the means. Also, we don't know if we need motives and means. This is just me spouting off, thinking Thinking out loud. Yeah, so what did we find out from Travis and Windibank were constantly arguing, and Windibank got in a fight with Mr. Uberu. A Windibank. Wait, what? Wait, Windibank died on the ship? Okay, my notes are screwed up then. Yeah. Okay, so Urubaru and Weatherby, they're together. Sort of. Which means Travis killed Windibank. Oh yeah, then that makes sense because my notes say Weatherby was seasick the entire time. So... which also means he wouldn't have an alibi. Now we're using big words. I did visit Fenwick on the Fenwick was the bickering couple with the Yorkshire Terrier that was definitely a real dog in the other room talking, well, barking, I should say. Maybe we should just talk to Murray, who is the lab rat, and see what he says about things. All right.
Pettigrew wrote this book over 50 years ago, and there's still nothing better on the subject. Fascinating. Just fascinating. And what can I do for you today, Whitson?
It's Watson, sir.
Watson, yes, of course.
We're interested in what you may have learned about this mummy case.
Oh, so these days it's mummies you're chasing down with that fella Holmes.
It's Holmes, sir.
This is what I said now, isn't it, Whitson?
Yes, I believe you did, sir.
Let me show you what I found so far. This is the bit of linen that was found round the neck of James Windibank. I examined it thoroughly, and it is quite old, perhaps thousands of years. However, it is not the murder weapon.
Are you certain?
We knew that.
Aye. The linen is quite old, but it's not at all strong enough to strangle a grown man.
Very interesting, sir.
I also found something quite fascinating. Take a look through this glass. Do you see those short hairs on the fabric?
They look precisely like hairs.
Of course they look like hairs. But what kind of hairs? They're not human hairs. They're dog hairs. Now, look at this. This piece of linen was found round the neck of the victim on board the ship. Well, his name was Leatherby or something. It is also quite old, and on it I found more hairs.
More dog hairs?
No, my dear man, monkey hairs. I've not yet been able to identify the precise species, but it's just extraordinary, isn't it?
Quite. But what do you think it all means?
Well, I'm not the sort who likes to jump to conclusions, Whitson. But I can assure you that neither of these bandages were the murder weapons.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay, so we do know a couple has monkeys. Or no, a couple has a dog. And then that random weird guy with the monkey. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So I have to get myself organized. I have like 3 half sheets of paper all filled up with crap. I have to confirm who died where, because that's what's tripping me up right now. Thank you. I will take that. My tea is empty. You know what I will do, though? I will take a brief moment. Everyone can kind of get their notes together, I guess. Hey, Game Medic, how's it going? Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. I have no idea what I'm doing half the time. I hope things are good on your end. I'm actually about to just take a quick little break. I'm going to get my other tea. I'm going to run to the washroom really quick. And we're going to be back. Everyone compare notes. We're going to figure this out. But I think we're almost there. And there is a very good chance I might start the next game as well, because I'm having fun with this, and it's so weird and stupid. But I love it. All right, I'll be right back. Hello. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Nightbot last still. I completely forgot to take that one off because I kind of decided the last minute, like, oh, we're gonna shut things down right at the very end, like right before I go live. I guess is a 2-point or two-sided update on everything. On the Melch stream side, for those who aren't aware or obviously know, I've been burnt out quite a bit recently doing streaming stuff, having switched to my stream stuff every day. That's not going to continue anymore. I just found that was not, I couldn't keep up with that. So I am not going to be, I'm only be streaming Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. Fridays more than likely just going to be over on Calzba's channel. And I'm also getting rid of the last, as you can see that Nightbot's running that. Solano pointed out. Yeah, that's about it. New schedule, no more lasts, and I'm gonna be a bit more flexible on my game selection and my sort of quote unquote theming. I am gonna be playing through some Resident Evil games in October and hopefully getting people together for some Phasmophobia. But for the most part, it's just gonna be random shit that I find like this. Like, I'm having a blast with this. And I guess as an update to this game, I bought this as a 3-pack. So there's 2 other games in this quote unquote series. There's actually a lot more, but these are the only ones available on Steam and PC. But to catch people up who maybe haven't been watching this entire time, we are investigating these murders that are being attributed to a 4,000-year-old mummy. Right now, those people are Professor Ebenezer Turnbull, Andrew Weatherby, and James Windibank. Windibank? Windibank. And they were found strangled with pieces of linen from the mummy on there. So we are right now, we had just found out that there was hair fibers on the body Weatherby and monkey hairs on the linen found around Windibank. Windigo? So we know that the Fenwicks have a dog, and we know that Philip Travis has a monkey mummy. So we think that Windibank was killed by Travis because Travis wasn't selected for the initial expedition, but he was on the ship. That's what I don't understand. If he wasn't selected, then why was he on the ship? And Weatherby, Andrew Weatherby's wife, was it Christy? Clarissa. She was fooling around with Andrew Urubaru, or as Avari puts it, Andrew Uwu. Travis was on the passenger list. Yeah, it was weird. The passenger list: Abdullah Al-Sad, Akram Fahmy, who is also an importer, but we found him dead. Louise Fenwick, Merrill Fenwick, Philip Travis. He's on there. He was there. Anthony Urubaru, Andrew Weatherby, Clarissa Weatherby, and James Windibank. Ooh. God damn. Yeah, Urubaru he's like a party guy. He just drank the entire time and had a liaison with Clarissa Weatherby. So they know little of the murder, but the dog hairs. And we've learned that once you go back, it's not like it's a updated thing. So we've talked to the dead lab rat, which is Meek, who runs the autopsy. Talked to the lab rat, which is the guy just now, we talked to the ex-cop, but I don't really think we found anything about that. O'Brien's not even in the place. Of the people we have left, we have the guy who knows things going on about the continent, the sleazebag gossip jerk guy from, I don't know, the sketchy guy who's like the he runs a bar, Better Call Hall, which is a barrister, and then Lestrade. We haven't even gotten anywhere near Lestrade. But yeah, so we got all the base information from here, and then from here we started digging and asking people. Yeah, so Turnbull was dead. Worked late into the night, remaining to the others. Body discovered with Weatherby. Had been strangled to death. Okay, so yeah, he was also strangled to death. One of the contacts knew magic. Okay, let me take a look at the contacts again. Foreign news editor. Lestrade. Sebastian Morat. Apparently there's no file on Sir Jasper. We already talked to Murray. Yeah, you know what? Let's go check out the library. Lomax. Let's go say hi to Lomax and ask him what kind of name is that.
Here it is, Holmes. Egyptian mummies are embalmed bodies preserved to facilitate their resurrection. Many mummies have been found, and they are almost always the bodies of pharaohs. The pharaohs believed that one day their bodies would be brought back to life.
Oh, this is just...
The History of Egyptian Mummies by Pettigrew, London, 1834.
Very good, Watson.
You were able to read that without stuttering. Not stuttering. My brain can't make the joke. I forget what it was. Avery attorney? I don't know what. Porky is the one who's like, he runs a bar, he hears all the things. Let's go talk to him. Raven and Rat Inn.
There was a couple of blokes in here just a fortnight ago what mentioned the Eastern Empress. Never seen 'em before, haven't seen 'em since. One was a swarthy fellow, Arab unless I miss my guess.
Jesus Christ.
The other was an old English gent.
Oh?
I overheard him say something about a bird and later caught the name of the ship. I hope that helps you. Care for a drink, huh?
Avery Attorney is a mystery game parody of the Sherlock era stories and Ace Attorney, and there's birds. I'm gonna need information about this right away. How do I buy? No joke, I'm Googling this right now. Holy fucking shit. Okay, yep, okay, this this is a thing. It's bird month in October. Okay, Somerset had nothing for us. with an English gent about a ship named the I think this is a red herring. Let's see what else we have here. Philip Travis, we talked to, went to Ebenezer Turnbull, left everything, but he's a son of an earl, which I think that might be more of a red herring. Windibank. Where's Windibank's wife? Because he left everything to Hildebrand, which I only... Hildebrand. This is sort of my last name, so I'm going to have to look for... Oh, and this game is every single time you do something, you get a point score for it. You want lower scores, and we've been doing absolutely shit. Oh. Elizabeth stocks. The king. No. Oh, there's the lion murders again. Oh, that's the one I saw. It was the last paper? Oh, I see. J.A. Merton. I think this is just a letter. I don't think this is anyone of actual interest. James Ferguson, who believes that Stonehenge is an ancient sepulchral monument. Oh, yes. I do sincerely believe, however, we do not meddle with the I think this might be the magic, maybe. The Armstrong. Born arrivals. Quebec. Always going to say that. Francis Scott. Nope. That's okay. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing about this thing. I'm more than happy to have you guys backseat solve this along with me. Just don't look up the answers and then spoil things. That's all I ask. Don't spoil things. I wonder if Ferguson is in the book. It was James Ferguson, wasn't it? Yeah, James Ferguson, so it's not the same. Merton. I wonder if Merton is in here. J.M. Merton. But I think that it's a useless thing. Wait, hold on. Philip Travis was a journalist and would write stuff in the newspapers, but Dr. Phil Travis, journalist, but what paper does he write for? Like, some of this information doesn't, and this is the thing, there's like 3 different I guess it's not the Police Gazette. It would be the London Times. Okay. Let's send the detectives. Waste their time. Get all the points. Really, Henry, the editor of the Times, would have some interesting news regarding this case.
It's quite amusing, all this hoopla over a mummy's curse, I must say. Not so amusing, of course, the murder of 3 Englishmen.
Have any of your reporters uncovered anything new?
Actually, I've been in Paris the past several weeks. Just returned to London on Tuesday. I've had no involvement with the writing of any of these articles. I believe they are all the work of Philip Travis. He's one of our young reporters. For a short time, he was the Egyptian correspondent. Was he sacked? No, no. He returned to London just a few days ago. I gather he was reassigned to cover the case from here because he had some familiarity with a murder in Egypt.
Do you know Travis?
No, never actually met the chap, although I hear he's a bit of an odd duck.
Thanks for your help, Henry.
Anytime. Let me know when you catch the mummy. That's one scoop I'd like to get.
What the... Okay, let me... What?
It's quite amusing, all this hoopla over a mummy's curse, I must say. Not so amusing, of course, the murder of 3 Englishmen.
Have any of your reporters uncovered anything new?
Actually, I've been in Paris the past several weeks.
Okay. He's been in Paris for the past several weeks. Past several weeks. Okay, we're gonna check a story on that one. Shit.
It's quite amusing, all this hoopla over a mummy's curse, I must say. Not so amusing, of course, the murder of 3 Englishmen.
Have any of your reporters uncovered anything new?
Actually, I've been in Paris the past several weeks. Just returned to London on Tuesday. I've had no involvement with the writing of any of these articles. I believe they are all the work of Philip Travis. He's one of our young reporters. For a short time, he was the Egyptian correspondent. Was he sacked? No, no. He returned to London just a few days ago.
So he returned to London a few days ago. Turned a few days ago.
I gather he was reassigned to cover the case from here because he had some familiarity with a murder in Egypt.
Do you know Travis?
No, never actually met the chap.
Ah. Never met Travis. Okay. I'm just writing things down that, like, this sounds like something I can catch people out on, but there's no game mechanic for that. It's just putting 2 and 2 together. That's...
Although I hear he's a bit of an odd duck.
Thanks for your help, Henry.
Anytime. Let me know when you catch the mummy. That's one scoop I'd like to get.
Okay. Good luck. Good luck with your update. Henry Ellis. Henry Ellis. Out of town. It feels like there's something here that's just like gonna smack me in the face and be like, look at this obvious contradiction. If we visit Philip Travis again, is that gonna... Nothing on file. Okay.
So you've been reading my articles in the Times. I'm honored. What do you think of them?
Quite interesting. You've clearly been...
I think some of this stuff we've done out of order because some of these things like, oh yeah, no, but we know about this guy, but we have no... Like, how did Holmes come up with the name Uruburu? There's literally nothing up until the point that we talked to Clarissa Weatherby that name came up, and all of a sudden he's got like blackmail material about it. Like, what the fuck?
Following the murders quite closely. Who do you suspect?
I believe it is the work of the ancient Egyptian god Pumatef and his goddess Neith.
Be serious.
I couldn't be more serious. You see, Mr. Holmes, although I am a journalist, I was actually trained as an Egyptologist. I know all about these mysteries. That's why my articles carry the force of truth.
And what is the truth, Mr. Travis?
Hello, hello, Fruity Bat and friends. Hello, welcome in, welcome in. we're in the mid. We're on the hot trail of murder mystery, and by murder mystery I mean someone is going around making everyone think that this 4,000-year-old mummy's been killing people. Thank you for the follow, Lorelei. I do know you were playing Potion Permit. I was there earlier. I hope it went well. I hope you made potions and you had permits to do so. So yeah, right now we're just sort of backtracking a little bit. We've been playing this for 2 hours. I don't know, I want to play more. So basically, there was an expedition to Egypt, run by Professor Ebenezer Turnbull, and was joined by James Windibank and Andrew Weatherby. These three gentlemen were killed, and around their necks was found a piece of linen, which was like from the mummies that they were wrapped in. Yeah. So we've been hunting down clues and facts here and there. So far we found out actually quite a bit, but it's hard to sort of recap everything. Hopefully as we go along, I'll try to point out stuff as we found. The professor was killed in the tomb. Windibank was killed on the ship, bringing the mummy back. And then Weatherby was killed at the museum, setting everything up. It turns out someone was flirting with Weatherby's wife. And I don't know if they had enough reason to kill for that yet. Windibank, again, I don't know if he had... Oh no, he took the position on the expedition from someone else, who is the person we're actually interviewing right now, and he's kind of very, very fanatical about Egyptian gods and stuff. And near his body was found some bowl of ashes, which is similar to what this guy has. Plus, the linen around Windibank had monkey hairs on it, which this guy has a monkey mummy on him. And then there was dog hairs on the linen found around Weatherby. And we've already found a very annoying bickering couple who has a dog that is definitely a real dog and not just the same bark sound clip on loop from another room. I love how British these names. Oh my goodness, these names are so British. It hurts. What else do we have? Oh, the other ones are like Peter Smith and I don't know. Anyway, we'll continue with we'll play the scene.
So you've been reading my articles in the Times. I'm honored. What do you think of them?
Quite interesting. You've clearly been following the murders quite closely. Who do you suspect?
I believe it is the work of the ancient Egyptian god Pumatef and his goddess Neith.
Be serious.
I couldn't be more serious. You see, Mr. Holmes, although I am a journalist, I was actually trained as an Egyptologist. I know all about these mysteries. That's why my articles carry the force of truth.
And what is the truth, Mr. Travis?
The truth is that the Egyptians discovered the secret of life. What we call science is mere child's play compared to the knowledge they had. Look at this. Do you know what this is?
It appears to be a mummified animal of some sort, a monkey perhaps.
Precisely.
The look on Holmes' face, all
very
these
important experiments which, if successful, will unlock the secret for bringing back the souls of the dead. I've been working on it, Mr. Holmes, using these tanner leaves. Watch. Uma Lotus. Licantina. Burura.
It appears that the soul of this particular monkey has no intention of making a reappearance.
It's only a matter of time. I know it is. After all, these secrets have been buried for thousands of years. These things don't happen overnight. But it will happen someday. This is my mission.
I believe I'll leave you to your work, Mr. Travis.
And don't go yet. Let me show you more.
Thank you. Some other time, perhaps.
Yeah. The old original, like first generation CGI games. Oh, they were so good. Yeah. So a lot of this has been just reading the newspapers that we have, and then finding out sort of names of interests, and sort of following up with those people, like Captain Herman Ramsey. And then we interviewed Captain Herman Ramsey, and he told us that, like, in this article, it was handled by Officer Luther Tenney. So we interviewed him, and he gave us a whole breakdown of the events. And it's basically just trying to figure out enough stuff so we can go to the judge and then put our stuff together. Now, every action that we do has a number of points attached to it. And you want as low of a number as you can. And it's, yeah. So it looks like I don't get extra points for revisiting somewhere. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the Fenwicks, because they were on the ship. And they have the dog. So let's see if there's something more about them. How low is low? 5 points for sending the irregulars to the correct location. 50 points for sending Holmes and Watson to the incorrect location. How low is low? I have no idea. But it's, let's send the irregulars. Not a hand is raised when Watson asks the boys who's up for visiting the Fenwicks. A few additional pence finally buy him a willing candidate. Are you kidding, Holmes? These blue bloods wouldn't talk to the likes of us. Well, okay, fair enough.
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the death of old... whatever his name was.
Andrew Weatherby.
Fact is,
Okay. Weatherby was not old, as far as I'm aware. Why did he call him old?
Only saw the gentleman once, just as we were boarding. And I'll tell you, I resented the first officer's questioning us on the matter, and I resent yours.
The whole voyage was a disaster from beginning to end. Our accommodations were positively abysmal. They wouldn't even let us bring Dickie into our cabin.
Dickie? Her high-strung, distasteful little mutt.
How can you say that, Merrill? You know Dickie is a blue-blooded Yorkshire Terrier. Mumsy will be with you in just a moment, Dickiekins. He's a bit under the weather, you know. That's why we were only able to stay in Egypt for 2 weeks.
So the dog was sick. What would have made the dog sick? This is probably not something I should be focusing on.
Dickie was so disappointed. He so wanted to see the Sphinx.
Mr. Holmes is not interested in your incessant whining, Louise.
Oh, now I whine, do I? There was a time you thought I...
Under the Weatherby. It's amazing.
Mr. Holmes. He once adored me.
No doubt.
Oh, for the love of God, Louise, spare us your blubbering.
I feel like every single facial expression that Holmes has made in this game can be an emote of some kind. Just like, Jesus Christ. I hope I'm getting paid for this. Okay. Alice Henry was the editor of the one at the bar that was the best guy. Let's go to the bar again.
There was a couple of blokes in here just a fortnight ago what mentioned the Eastern Empress. Never seen 'em before, haven't seen 'em since. One was a swarthy fellow, Arab unless I miss my guess. The other was an old English gent. I overheard 'em say something about a bird and later caught the name of the ship. I hope that helps you. Care for a drink, huh?
Fortnite is 2 weeks, correct. I wonder if we send the irregulars. It's literally what we just found out. Fuck's sakes. We can go talk to Pike Langdale, which I have in my notes as sleazebag gossip jerk. Let's figure out if he's got anything for us. The Society's Club is not a venue that Holmes and Watson frequent, let alone belong. However, the detective knows that Langdale Pike knows what goes on behind closed doors more than anyone in London.
I know only a very little about two of the unfortunate gentlemen. I do recall that Turnbull was quite an eccentric chap. I don't believe he ever married, nor did he take his rightful place in London society.
And what of Windibank?
A quiet academic sort, as far as I can tell. Married to a woman called Hildegard.
Hildegard, not Hildebrand.
There was one spot of controversy that I can recall. It seems a few years back he had a run-in with the Anti-Vivisectionist League.
No, but of course.
Ooh.
It seems that during a lecture on the advancement of science, he spoke of the autopsy of his own pet, a recently deceased Yorkshire Terrier.
Okay. Okay. What? Hold on. Okay. He also had a Yorkshire Terrier. What? Wait. Anti-vivisectionist is a good... I mean, yeah.
Well, I can tell you the Times received a great deal of letters to the editor condemning him on that one. Even one from a Louise Fenwick, who threatened to vivisect him.
Oh, dear. Well, then I surmise it's Weatherby you know nothing about.
Well, now that you mention it, I believe he was assisting Professor Windibank in that lecture series.
Yeah, this one needs it. This is the first time we've seen this one, so we're going to go through this again, but... Dickie literally is just recording. Yep.
I know only a very little about two of the unfortunate gentlemen. I do recall that Turnbull was quite an eccentric chap. I don't believe he ever married, nor did he take his rightful place in London society.
And what
son of an earl.
A quiet academic sort, as far as I can tell. Married to a woman called Hildegard. There was one spot of controversy that I can recall. It seems a few years...
Just in that draw, yeah. Have we seen this? Yeah, we've never seen the dog. just in that draw. Okay, so I was like, Hildebrand. Why? Hildebrand's a character from P.G. Woodhouse's Jeeves and Wooster series. That's where I know that. Hildegard. But there's no... Have we visited Windibank yet? I don't think we visited the widow at all.
James was so
we
thrilled
did.
when Dr. Turnbull invited him to join the expedition. He felt he had spent his entire life reading books about archaeology, and now was finally getting an opportunity to go out into the field.
Tell me, Mrs. Windibank, when your husband returned, did he discuss the deaths of his colleagues?
Of course. James was extremely upset. I know he did not believe a curse to be responsible. My husband was a man of science.
Okay, now I'm confused. Who died on the ship? Question, are autopsies a term for stuff in general or just post-mortem? And if so, why does any section... Autopsies are specifically done after death. So yeah, I believe it's post-mortem, and it's only if, at least if I recall correctly, it's not done all the time. It's only if like there's the death is suspicious or something, or scientific, whatever. But let's actually, you know what? I'm pretty sure the anti-vivisection league is in here. We can go waste some points there because literally there's a achievement for solving the case before Holmes does, but that's not happening. I could have sworn I saw it. The clubs are living cut open. Oh, okay, then I have no idea. talking out of my ass. I have no idea. I'm not quite sure how it tracks. I think it's just I have to get a low enough score. And it's like, oh, you solved it before Holmes did. There you go. Shipping company, Scotland Yard. Biller, no. Indigent Blind Society? What? We'll send the irregulars. Looked inside, couldn't see a thing. Oh. Oh, God, that was a low blow there, Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective. God damn it. It's bad enough they didn't give us anything for Bilbo Underhill. So upset about that. So upset about that. Okay, I need to go back to the newspapers, because... okay. This is where Turnbull was reported dead. And then... Body of James Windibank was discovered late yesterday in the room he was preparing for the British Museum's exhibit with newly discovered artifacts from the tomb of Ketebet's mummy. Archaeologist found strangled. So he was home. He made it home. I wish Holmes had to say all these, right? Yeah. So he made it back. I think I tried going to the museum and it was like, oh, it looks like it's been closed. Okay. So Weatherby died on the ship. Okay, so I did have that right. But wait a second. What? Hold on. I did speak to Ramsey. Ramsey said go speak to the first officer. This is Luther Tenney. Travis and Windibank were constantly bickering. Windibank got a fight. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. How could Windibank be dead on the ship and then later found dead at the museum? Did I read that right? Yeah. What? Hold on. Okay. Please confirm with me, chat, that I'm not losing my mind. Okay, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go talk to Tenney again.
Let me tell you, a murder, even by a 4,000-year-old mummy, was only one odd thing in a string of bad luck on this voyage.
What sort of bad luck?
All started with the crew, really. Seamen are a rather superstitious lot to begin with, and the idea carrying about a 4,000-year-old mummy had them shivering in their timbers. We almost faced a bloody mutiny. And there were the passengers, a strange lot. I can tell you that reporter fellow, Travis, did us no service at all with his mystic mumbo-jumbo. He and Professor Windibank had a regular war of words going on about whatever powers this mummy was supposed to have. And there was the two Arabs.
Arabs? Interesting. Do you recall their names?
I should hope I do. One was called Farmy. He always carried around this curious little box. No clue what was in it, but Farmy never let it out of his sight. The other one's name was Al Sard, and he spent most of his time lurking about watching Farmy. My guess is he wanted that box.
Sounds like you had your hands full.
I haven't even told you about the fight yet between Mr. Weatherby and Mr. Arubaru.
Over what?
Weatherby's wife, I'd say, though they were a tight-lipped lot about it.
I see.
Tell me, Lieutenant, we understand that you were the first person to discover the body.
Yes, sir, I was. Captain Ramsey sent me down to inspect the hold. I went immediately over to them Egyptian crates. Professor Winterbank was particularly anxious about him, you know.
Could you describe the scene as you remember it?
I'll never forget it. I just made my way to the back of the hold, and I noticed at the top of them crates, the one what carried the mummy's coffin.
Yes, Uberu was the flirt mentioned before. He's like, when he went to go talk to him, he was still hungover from whatever party he was just at. So he's a bit of a party guy.
It was raised up, kind of funny like. The coffin lid was laid off to one side, and there was Mr. Weatherby all...
Okay, so Weatherby's dead on the ship. Yeah, I had that right. What the fuck? Andrew Weatherby, dead ship. James Wood Museum. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Sprawled on the floor next to a bowl of ashes. He'd been strangled by a length of the mummy's sheeting. It was bloody gruesome, I tell you. Poor bloke's eyes popped out like a couple of sausages on a hot iron skillet.
Quite a vivid picture, don't you agree, Holmes?
Quite. And you reported this to Captain Ramsey straight away?
Absolutely. In fact, the captain put me in charge of the entire investigation.
And what did you discover? Did anybody have any contact with Weatherby on the night of the murder?
Not that I know of. I could account for all the crew. The passengers were in their cabins as far as anyone knew or would say. Nobody saw anything, heard anything, or knew anything. Besides, Weatherby was seasick from the beginning. He stayed pretty much in his cabin all the time.
Okay.
Maybe that's why the lovely young Mrs. Weatherby was gallivanting about.
With Uruburu?
Yes, indeed.
And what of the bowl? Where is it now?
The bowl?
With the ashes.
Oh, yes. You know, now that you mention it, I don't recall ever seeing it again.
Okay. So, you know the Travis guy does stuff with the ashes and bowls and stuff. But he doesn't have a good reason for killing Weatherby, other than Weatherby took his place on the expedition in whatever role that was, because he was still there. He was on the ship, so he was... I don't know. But Urubaru has the motive of flirting. Well, let's talk to Urubaru again.
If this is an inconvenient time, perhaps I could come back, Mr. Urubaru.
I wouldn't hear of it. Just a bit of a hangover. I've weathered plenty worse than this.
I'm investigating the death of Andrew Weatherby. You were on the ship with him out of Cairo. Did you happen to make his acquaintance?
Weatherby, a most tedious fellow.
So tedious, one might want to do him in.
Don't be preposterous. In my condition, I couldn't have done anything of the sort.
What condition was that?
And I thought you were a great detective. The first night out, a few of us threw a bit of a bash that went on until we docked in London.
Did Mrs. Weatherby attend this particular bash?
She was the guest of honor,
that face. Okay. And we know that Clarissa Weatherby only recently married Andrew Weatherby, and she can't open a tin of toffees to save her life. Okay, now I'm stuck going in circles again. So yeah, this makes sense again. This Winterbank. So the Arabic guy, okay, so we can't get a hold of Al-Swad. I don't think.
Well, Holmes, I checked in with Mr. Al-Sad's manservant and...
And you discovered that Mr. Al-Sad was not at home?
But however did you know that?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I noticed some crumpet crumbs from the corner bakery stuck to your lapel. You haven't been gone long enough to stop for tea and interview anyone at length.
Most observant, sir.
Jesus. So he's not there. I wonder if the irregulars have anything to say about it. Sorry, Gov, no one's at home. Fuck. Okay. What was the other guy? Farmy. Oh yeah, that's his last name.
Hello? Is anyone there? Mr. Farmy, are you at home?
Apparently so, Watson. Look.
Oh, what ghastly business. Everyone will assume the mummy has struck again.
Hardly a plausible assumption. This poor fellow has a knife in his back and not a scrap of sheeting about his neck.
How very observant, Holmes.
Ring up Scotland Yard. This case is simple enough for them to solve.
You've solved it already?
Elementary, my dear Watson. Obviously, it was the butler.
Butler? What butler?
Exactly my point. A man as wealthy as Akram Farmy would always have a manservant about him.
Okay, hold on. That's not what a butler does. I mean, the butler is in charge of the household. He's not his valet. He's not the... Oh, okay, let's go.
After the foul deed, this one obviously beat a hasty retreat.
That bugs me. I guess it would still make sense, but still makes less. Not a footman, exactly. Okay. Let's go say hi to Lestrade, and we can see Sherlock, tear him a new one for old time's sake.
Well, well, if it isn't Mr. Sherlock Holmes, London's most overly praised amateur sleuth, needing the help of the Yard again.
Are you going to stand for that, Holmes?
Let's just see who proceeds to solve this case, Watson. Inspector Lestrade, my good man, I'm looking into the cause of James Windibank's death.
I should have known. That murder has brought out every crank in the city. I think the professional police can wrap this one up.
All the same, could you tell us what you've discovered to date?
One dead archaeologist, no suspect, no motive.
And what of Andrew Weatherby's death? Have you looked into that?
I have talked to Captain Ramsey, but we have no leads. Look, I'm not even sure that Weatherby's murder falls into our jurisdiction. And if it doesn't, you're not going to find me worrying about it. As it is, I have enough murders to take care of.
Oh, no. That is something I still have to... I'm kicking myself for not having seen, read, watched any of the Miz stuff. I need to. I know I need to. But I know the name. I've heard the name. Someone else calls someone else that name and something else. I forget what the name is. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah. Oh, he was found in where? British Museum. Fuck, our points are just going up higher and higher. Did we already talk to these people?
Windibank's body was found in the mummy's case.
Inside it?
Precisely. One of the guards, Henry Witherspoon, discovered it when making his rounds. He noticed that the lid was askew and a hand was sticking out of it. By the look on his face when he came to summons me, he must have thought that the mummy was attempting to leave its resting place. Some of the guards have been a bit on edge, since the stories about Dr. Turnbull's death.
What happened when you arrived at the scene?
Witherspoon assisted me in removing the lid. And there was the body of James Windibank. Around his neck was a bandage of linen.
And the mummy was missing?
No, it was in there too. Underneath poor Windibank, completely undisturbed, not a length of its sheeting unraveled.
Who had access to the exhibit room?
Well, the room was officially closed yesterday while we set up the exhibit. But the museum was open and we took no extraordinary precautions to keep people out.
Can you think of anyone who might have wanted to kill Windibank?
None at all. I actually didn't know him very well. He did work for the museum, you see. He was with the London University. The university and the museum were joint sponsors of the Ketterbeck expedition.
Mr. Johnson, can you think of anything whatsoever that might shed some light on this affair?
No, I'm very sorry. I can't think of a thing. I only hope that all this publicity doesn't keep people away from the exhibit.
Okay, so my takeaway from that is the mummy had no linen missing. We've been to London University. We've heard from them. Any of the other regulars that we haven't had a chance to talk to yet? Talked to Porky. We talked to Pike. Talked to Lestrade. We haven't talked to Hall. Sure, why not? We were just fucking throwing away all the points anyways. Carriage fight uneventful and for reason unknown. Fears his visit with Hall yield similar results.
Sorry, fellows. I don't mean to be brusque, but I am too occupied at the moment to concern myself with these so-called mummy murders. Perhaps if the mummy's solicitor were to contact me, then perhaps I would consider defending him.
Fair enough. We went to the magazine, but we didn't talk to Henry Ellis directly. Henry Ellis is the editor at the... Let's talk to him to see if it's a different thing. Oh, no, it's the same thing.
It's quite amusing, all this hoopla over a mummy's curse, I must say. Not so amusing, of course, the murder of 3 Englishmen.
Have any of your reporters uncovered anything new?
Actually, I've been in Paris the past several weeks. Just returned to London on Tuesday. I've had no involvement with the writing of any of these articles. I believe they are all the work of Philip Travis. He's one of our young reporters. For a short time, he was the Egyptian correspondent.
Was he sacked?
No. He returned to London just a few days ago. I gather he was reassigned to cover the case from here because he had some familiarity with a murder in Egypt.
Do you know Travis?
No, never actually met the chap, although I hear he's a bit of an odd duck.
Thanks for your help, Henry.
Anytime. Let me know when you catch the mummy. That's one scoop I'd like to get.
Okay. I don't think it's him because he is a regular. However, we did think it was Hogg at the very beginning. Let's go back to the newspapers. I suggest we don't attempt to... Oh, you know what? Maybe we should hit up J.A. Merton. He seems very much against... He's against all this digging up. That could be... Loaded. Oh, it was J.A., not J.M. Right? I don't think that's the same person. Oh, we could try. Shits and giggles. Mr. Burns at home. Come to the door. Why? Ask the doctor. Because reputation precedes him. Oh?
I had absolutely no information pertaining to this case.
I thought not, Watson. It appears that we've wasted our time.
I'm surprised not blaming it on Watson. Can we go bother Mycroft? Let's do that for shits and giggles.
What did you learn, Watson?
Not a thing, Holmes.
You learned nothing?
Don't get testy, Holmes. There wasn't anyone about.
My humble apologies, Watson.
Well then, we're just tossing all the points into the wind. All right, let's go back to the newspapers. So this was the first mention in February 6th, 1888, about the... Wasn't it? Why did we have this? This Queen Anne statue. Why do we have this newspaper? There was a murder by blow to the head. But all it talks about, there's no... Other than this letter here, must feel right formally to register an outrage at irresponsible handling by your paper of my recent discovery, your reporter's insinuation that I lacked a credential to unearth such antiquities and utter affront. Like, this is the only Egyptian thing related to what's going on. Why do we have this newspaper? What piece of information is here? No one give information as to the family relatives of Jacob Fitchett, who was last heard of serving on the United States steamship Dakota, is requesting to communicate with Cunningham and Davenport solicitors who do something to his advantage. It's weird that that's a thing. Because then this is where we first hear about the expedition. This is where they first get everything together. And then the two lions murdered in Hyde Park, which we don't know why. And then the mysterious death of Stephen Lyons, which is unrelated. Early after 9 o'clock this morning, the body of Stephen Lyons was found lying in St. George's Road, Southwark. A short time previously, the deceased, the first officer for Aberdeen Shipping, been seen led in the direction where the body was found was seen being led in the direction where the body was found by 2 women and a man. The body had been robbed, even gold earring, which the man had been observed to have been wearing. Oh, somebody tried to read between the lines. Oh my goodness. I hope to God that that's an actual thing. I would love that. Accident on the docks. A lion tame. There's too many lions on this page for it to be coincidence. It's got to be something. I do tame kids with PB. Oh, wow. Absolute genius. No other names are jumping out at me. Another jewelry heist? I mean, I guess the guy being mugged, but even still. French starts performing with the name of Clyde, causing the crowd. Oh, wait. This guy is the one who's Bear Clyde. Wasn't there a entertainment thing? Punching Clyde. Oh wait, no, that's unrelated. The flaunt earring. I don't know. I mean, if it's down by the docks, maybe he was a sailor with earrings. I don't know. Man found dead at the theater. Killed by lightning. Cow exploded. Oldenburg jewels stolen. Yeah. Disaster at sea. This is... No. I'm gonna be right back again. How long was the monkey guy writing the paper? Only 2 weeks, right? I think so. Where is my notes on Henry Ellis? Ellis has been in Paris for the past couple weeks. They brought up, yeah. I think not so much editor as much as he was just reporting. He might have been brought on because of the specialty. Let's see. Alice has been out of town, and Philip Travis has been writing articles for the Times. That's about it. I'm starting to think that I need more information about Turnbull.
Dr. Turnbull, he was a strange one, he was. Hardly ever at home, always traipsing about a Lord knows where.
May I take a look at his things?
Oh, suit yourself. All he had is a big pile of books about Egyptian mummies and a few maps. He was a son of an earl, he was. Though you hardly tell from looking at him, poor fellow. Do you really think this mummy thing's what's done him in? Creepy, I says.
Because Turnbull was dead at the tomb. We know that because of the newspaper. Yes. Turnbull, organizer of the tomb, found dead in the tomb early this morning. Static over the conditions of it. Party was in final. Turnbull worked late into the night. His body was discovered by Weatherby. Turnbull had been strangled to death. Ancient linen bandages were found around the neck. Upon hearing the professor's death, several natives working on the excavation called upon Isis and Osiris for protection and forgiveness for disturbing the sacred thing. Okay. Yeah, the Earl of this was here. This was I lack the feel I must write to formally register my outrage at the irresponsible handling of your paper by my recent discovery. Your reporter's insinuation that I lack the credential to unearth such antiquities is an utter affront to your is an utter affront. For your information, I am a world-renowned authority in my field, especially Egyptian studies. Your reporter obviously has no appreciation for the significance of such finding and has no understanding of archaeology. I demand a retraction post haste. Earl of Downey. So that could be Turnbull. This could be Turnbull talking about Philip Travis, who again was bickering with Windibank, but it's pinning him to Weatherby, which doesn't make sense. Well, this is the thing. Earl of Downey, but then Pike said that he never took his place in society. So this could still be him. Yeah, son of an earl, but he never took his place in society, which would mean he'd be like just a landowner, not really doing too much. But he's working. He's a scientist guy. He's a scientist guy. That's what he's doing. Pedigrees and family histories compiled from the most undoubted authority. James Philippe. Oh, we're gonna go see if James Philippe's got something, huh? James Philippe. James Philippe. No. I was so excited. Damn it. I didn't let it up to his... Yeah, exactly. Did I read that right? James Philippe? Damn, that would have been so good. It's like, oh yeah, no, this is this guy. It's like, okay. So we have Travis connected to two of them now. Villamore? Did I misread that completely? James. We'll take a look at Villamore. Oh, James Villamore was related to something else. There was the odd death. Where was it? Right? James Fillmore, who disappeared without a trace. Same day my husband was fiendishly driven mad. Yeah, this guy was driven mad by... They just found a matchbox with a weird worm in it. And then the guy disappeared the same time that someone else disappeared. Mr. Fillmore, who I believe has left England aboard the cutter Alicia. But there's no outgoing port information. Oh, shipping departures. Whispering Wind, Western Star, the Hercules, to Eastern Empress. Yeah, that's... Oh yeah, you should see my mess of notes. I should post it over on the Discord. Hell yeah, voice commands. Alright, I'll take a quick picture of it now, but I promise you it's not going to help anyone. Where should I put it? I'll post it in the order that I've been writing them. And I'm also going to need to get more paper, so... Oh, why is it an emote only, chat? Oops. I think I hit the wrong button. Messy. Oh, my phone can just scan it? Interesting. But how does it save it? I just want a picture of it. I'm not going to scan it. This is bad. This is borderline unreadable. This was written in haste. My writing's not usually this bad. Okay. Pictures are taken. Let's go to games. Okay. Here's hoping that it uploads properly. As long as yeah. Like I said, feel free to joke at, to laugh at my notes, which is Somerset House, records, library. It's a fucking library. I don't know what else you want from me. Okay. So... Okay, so who was there the entire... That was just people... Okay, we have a list of people who are on the ship, but not the people... Yeah. Abdullah Al-Assad, Akram Fahmy, Louise Fenwick, Meryl Fenwick. These were people on the ship. Philip Travis, Anthony Urubaru, Andrew Weatherby, Clarissa Weatherby, and James Windebank. But, okay, so Windebank... He was in hot water for... These are fantastic. I know, right? Scribble, 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 scribble. We were talking to Pike, who gave us the information about...
I know only a very little about two of
the anti-vivisection stuff, right?
Unfortunate gentleman. I do recall that Turnbull was quite an eccentric chap. I don't believe he ever married, nor did he take his rightful place in London society.
And what of Windebank?
A quiet academic sort, as far as I can tell. Married to a woman called Hildegard. There was one spot of controversy that I can recall. It seems a few years back he had a run-in with the Anti-Vivisectionist League.
No, but of course.
But of course. During a lecture on the advancement of science, he spoke of the autopsy of his own pet, a recently deceased Yorkshire Terrier.
So this, he just said it was just months ago. So this would not have been... There's no reason for his dog's hairs to be on the thing, on the linen.
Well, I can tell you the Times received a great deal of letters to the editor condemning him on that one. Even one from a Louise Fenwick, who threatened to vivisect him.
Oh, dear. Well, then I surmise it's Weatherby you know nothing about.
Well, now that you mention it, I believe...
Wait a second. Hold on. Wait. Never mind. I thought I got the names confused again. I thought they claimed to never have met Weatherby, but Windibank was the one with the problem with the vivisection league. Never mind. Never mind, got excited for nothing.
He was assisting Professor Windibank in that lecture series.
Because the Fenwicks, they were asked about who?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the death of old... whatever his name was.
Andrew Weatherby.
Okay, so Andrew Weatherby, he was seasick most of the time, so he was in the cabin for most of the time.
Fact is, I only saw the gentleman once, just as we were boarding. And I'll tell you, I resented the first officer's questioning us on the matter, and I resent yours.
The whole voyage was a disaster from beginning to end. Our accommodations were positively abysmal. They wouldn't even let us bring Dickie into our cabin.
Dickie? Her high-strung, distasteful little mutt.
How can you say that, Merrill? You know Dickie is
That turn, holy shit.
a blue-blooded Yorkshire Terrier. Mumsy will be with you in...
Oh, yeah, that's fair. I remember that now.
moment, Dickykins. He's a bit under the weather, you know. That's why we were only able to stay in Egypt for 2 weeks. Dickie was so disappointed. He so wanted to see the Sphinx.
Mr. Holmes is not interested in your incessant whining, Louise.
Oh, now I whine, do I? There was a time you thought I had a lovely speaking voice. It's true, Mr. Holmes. He once adored me.
No doubt.
Oh, for the love of God, Louise, spare us your blubbering.
Okay, so I think I need to talk to Murray again. Because this is where we're going to find out what the hairs were on the linens.
Pettigrew wrote this book over 50 years ago, and there's still nothing better on the subject. Fascinating. Just fascinating. And what can I do for you today, Whitson?
It's Watson, sir.
Whitson.
Yes, of course.
We're interested in what you may have learned about this mummy case.
Oh, so these days it's mummies you're chasing down with that fella Holmes.
It's Holmes, sir.
This is what I said now, isn't it, Whitson?
Yes, I believe you did, sir.
Let me show you what I found so far. This is the bit of linen that was found round the neck of James Windibank. I examined it thoroughly, and it is quite old, perhaps thousands of years. However, it is not the murder weapon.
Are you certain of that?
Aye. The linen is quite old, but it's not at all strong enough to strangle a grown man.
Very interesting, sir.
I also found something quite fascinating. Take
Oh my god. Pettigrew said that's not...
a look through this glass.
Damn it.
Do you see those short hairs on the fabric?
They look precisely like hairs.
Of course they look like hairs. But what kind of hairs? They're not human hairs. They're dog hairs. Now, look at this. This piece of linen was found round the neck of the victim on board the ship. Well, his name was Leatherby or something. It is also quite old, and on it I found more hairs.
More dog hairs?
No, my dear man, monkey hairs. I've not yet been able to identify...
Wait a second. Oh, never mind. I got myself confused. No, we're good. I got Weatherby and Windibank, their murder scenes confused again. We're good.
By the precise species, but it's just extraordinary, isn't it?
Quite. But what do you think it all means?
Well, I'm not the sort who likes to jump to conclusions, Whitson. But I can assure you that neither of these bandages were the murder weapons.
So Weatherby, so Travis is the only connection to monkey linen. Monkey linen. So it's safe to assume that that's the cause there. And then the Windabank dead, but dog hairs. That could be the Fenwicks. Yeah, exactly. Because they would have known, maybe not by picture, but by name and reputation, that they already had it out for him. But this still doesn't explain anything about Turnbull, which I still think we need more information on. And let's see. Who haven't we talked to? I've been checking them off as we've been talking to them. Ellis we talked to. Talked to well, we went to the library. Turnbull is dead. Turnbull is the person who started the expedition, and he was found dead in the crypt, or the what's it called? In the tomb. Remaining in the chamber alone after other members of the party retired for the night. His body was discovered by Mr. Andrew Weatherby, the project's archaeologist. Mr. Turnbull had been strangled to death. Ancient linen bandages were found around his neck. Upon hearing the professor's death, several of the natives, yeah. Sarcophagus. But less phonetic. Canonical jars and doors indicate that his death may be a mysterious work of the ancient god Tuamautef and his goddess. But why cut it off there? From our correspondence. So this was written by Travis for sure, because he was in there and he came back to cover the rest of it. But he knows the name of the goddess's name. Like, why not put it here? You know what I mean? Like, he said as such in his thing, which I don't think it's going to actually, yeah. Do we talk to these people yet? Can I go back to the paper? Sure. Which one do we look? Who had dirt under his fingernails? That was... That's a good question. April 2019. Merton is unreachable because it was J.H. Merton. This is J.A. James Ferguson is also unreachable. Johnny Bulldog Trent, the racist. Yep. James Fillmore? Wasn't that who we thought it was? Maybe it was James Fillmore. That's be the one Travis wrote. Yeah. Yes, yeah, this is it. Body discovered by Weatherby. So he was there, because this was from the correspondence. Okay. I'm going to go back and try to find who that was. Yeah, Sir Jasper told Watson that certain Linnet did not kill the English gentleman. Strong hands crushed the men's windpipes. Ah! Turnbull's home. Something he already knew. Turnbull was the Earl of Downey, so that was him the first. Yeah, so that we have that confirmed. Okay. We never went to the zoo ourselves. We just sent the irregulars on a day trip. We should go to the zoo. Here we go. We're going to the zoo.
It appears that they've just left.
You mean they just left?
Footsteps retreating from the front door.
It's a zoo.
There are also some coming towards the door.
Terribly observant, Watson. However, the prints you are looking at belong to us.
An idiot. Okay. Jack Zack. Ye old Cheshire cheese.
This seemed to be a dead end. No one had any information that could help us solve this case.
Oh, I sent you guys there for you, Watson. You get a snack. There's a go with him. Oh. West House in Marbank. Nancy Yancey? Yes.
I question why we have come to this location. If clues are what we are seeking, then we are in the wrong place altogether.
Another 50 points. Victoria Station. The vegetarian restaurant, though. By Solomon Urwitz. Bilbo Underhill. Oh, yeah, it's points don't matter anymore. Completely undisturbed. They also learned that Winnipeck worked at the London University. But we knew that already. Ben visits Scotland Yard. Strahd spoken to Captain Ramsey. Spectre has no idea who killed him. Yeah, okay. Looks like I couldn't see a thing. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Holmes learned from Pike that Weatherby was assisting man lecture. But Louis Fenwick was angry about an autopsy the professor performed on his own dog. Yeah. They were talking with the English gent about a ship named the Eastern Emperor. So we're looking for an old guy. So they're talking about it. It's like it was lying, isn't it? Amazing. The information concerned a bowl found near Windibank's body and to Yeah, but it's usually old chap, but not. Well, in English, gent. Okay, so that's. I wish there was more we could see other than like a 30-second clip of something that gives us absolutely nothing useful. Learned he was murdered, a knife protruding from his back. I think this is unrelated. Holmes is Hogue. Tells him the passenger list that shows there were 2 years. Yeah, okay. Time to find more puns. Okay. Pun run %. Let's send them to go see Bilbo.
They had absolutely no information.
Ugh. You're no fun. Ivy Plant Pub. Hotels, Mycroft. Diogenes Club. Isn't that where Mycroft hangs out?
This seemed to be a dead end.
Ugh. And he wasn't home, right?
Well,
yep. Let's go talk Bulldog Johnny. Beat him up.
Sorry, Holmes. No info.
Wait, hold on. Isn't this the wait, Kate Bet? Isn't this the tomb? The name of the person's tomb? Oh, what the hell?
Pity. It appears that no one is in.
However, can you tell, Holmes?
There is a sign on the door that says, "We are gone for the day."
How terribly observant, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Oh my god. I know, right? But like, he's only a dick to Watson. He's absolutely, fine with everyone else, which that doesn't make sense. Mrs. Hudson. Let's go talk to Mrs. Hudson. Oh.
Watson.
Not a thing, Holmes.
You learn.
Hey, Cloud, how's it going? Lacey Booth. Or Booth Lacey. I know, right? London Bridge, London Library, London University. Isidore Klein. The Police Gazette. National Gallery. Willamore James. Oh, he was a bug importer. There's a work thing right at the end of my work day. They started the weekend. Nice. Yeah, there was an article in the newspaper that said like the guano versus some other fertilizer company. Office of Records. Go.
Well, Holmes, it appears we're out of luck. The clerk told me that O'Brien is off on holiday.
We already knew that. Fuck. Lloyd's shipping register. We went here, right? Yeah, that's where we got the name of everyone. Oh, are you kidding me? Acquittal? Oh. Bail bondsman.
This seemed to be a dead end.
Okay, we'll send the irregulars. I think that's where we're gonna get the pun. Watson makes a joke about Mr. Quiddle seeking an acquittal. The boys stare at the man. The doctor shakes his head and sends him on the way. Wants to know if we were in trouble. We asked if we do about your case. He asked again if we were in trouble. God damn it. Okay. Somerset.
Mr. Turnbull apparently left what little he had to the
we knew this.
Egyptology department at London University.
Yeah.
And Windbank left everything to his wife Hildegard.
What about Weatherby?
Ditto. Everything was left to his wife Clarissa. Although being such a young chap, it hardly seems that he had much to leave at all.
See, they keep calling him young, which is why when Fenwick was calling him old guy, that's what doesn't make sense. No. What are our points at? Let's see. And there they go. Off they go. Climbing higher, higher, and higher. Nice. I mean, we're also at 3.5 hours. I was expecting to start the second one tonight. The bell tolls for thee. You know what? I think we could. Do you think we have enough to go to the judge? I mean, Philip Travis was the only one at all 3 locations. I don't know if we have to pin every single one of them on the same person. Yeah, let's go see what the judge says. I got an achievement saying you found all the key clues. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court now stands in order.
Okay.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the mummy murders.
Yes, my lord.
Tell me then, who was Ebenezer Turnbull's murderer?
Who murdered Ebenezer Turnbull? Fuck. We think it's Philip Travis?
And what makes you so certain? What was Travis' motive for killing Turnbull?
Travis felt that the tomb of Ketebet should be left undisturbed. Turnbull refused to honor Travis's press credentials, barring him from the excavation site, thus jeopardizing Travis's job. Turnbull publicly lambasted Travis for questioning the doctor's credentials. Because their mutual interest in Clarissa Weatherby. No, I think it's this one. Yeah.
And what of Andrew Weatherby?
Andrew Weatherby was also Travis? Because of the monkey fibers, the hairs.
So, you say Travis killed Turnbull and Weatherby?
Yes, I believe he did, my lord.
Weatherby scoffed at
What was his motive to kill Weatherby?
Travis's mystical beliefs. The Times was planning to replace Travis with Weatherby as a new Egyptian correspondent. That's not the case. While they were students, Weatherby's Egyptology dissertation was published while Travis was rejected. Don't know anything about that. Travis was angry that Weatherby was chosen for the expedition instead of himself. Yeah.
Ah, revenge. The oldest motive in the book. Now, Mr. Holmes, who killed James Windibank?
Do we think it's the Fenwicks? Because of the dog hairs? Because it's the only thing. Travis doesn't really connect to him that. I mean, the monkey hairs were on Weatherby's linen. Windibank's linen had dog hairs on it. There were two different things. Ugh. I mean, it could be both of them. I mean, it gives us option for two of them there. I don't know. Because I don't, I mean, could we throw this guy down for triple murder? Travis? He got the letter from the dog. Yeah, that's true. Maybe it is Travis and he's trying to frame Fenwick. Hey, it is Travis that did all three. What do you guys think? Dare I run a poll to Travis? Travis or Fenwick? You got a minute. 3 different killers, yeah. Travis, the journalist, who we've now pinned for the other 2 murders, or Fenwick, who is the couple with the dog, who Louise Fenwick wrote out against. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. You know what? Yeah. No, I think it's Travis for all 3. It's got to be.
This Travis seems to be quite a busy fellow. What made him kill James Windibank?
Oh. I didn't even think about this, but this makes sense. As an experiment into resurrection of the dead, because he tried to do it other times. And the bowl of ashes was found near his body. Yeah, I'm going to go with number 4, unless people have, or don't think that's the case. All right. I'm going to go with it.
Terribly sorry, gentlemen. That is not at all correct.
Fuck. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Exactly. He wasn't the lead on the... Okay. Yep. Yep. So I don't... Okay.
And what makes you so certain? What was Travis' motive for killing Turnbull? And what of Andrew Weatherby? Who murdered him?
Andrew Weatherby was Travis Phillip.
So, you say Travis killed Turnbull and Weatherby?
Yes, I believe he did, my lord.
Ah, revenge. The oldest motive in... Terribly so...
Okay, so it is Travis for all 3 of them. It's just figuring out the exact reasons. Fuck, I should not...
Hear ye, hear ye. Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into...
Okay, so...
And what makes you so certain? What was Travis' motive for killing Turnbull?
Turnbull felt... It was definitely this.
And what of Andrew Weatherby? Who murdered him? So, you say Travis killed Turnbull and Weatherby?
Yes, I believe he did, my lord.
But what was his motive? Ah, revenge. The oldest motive in the book. This
Ridiculed.
seems to be quite a busy fellow. What made him kill James Winterbank?
Wait, was the Turnbull one the father or the son? The son. He the father is not in the picture. Turnbull is the son of an earl, and Turnbull, I guess, has the title of earl at this point. Fuck. No, the father is not the earl. We found out here Turnbull was the Earl of Downey. So there's only one Earl of Downey, and that is just Turnbull, father or otherwise. No, not father. Otherwise. Never mind. He was the son of an Earl, which means he inherited the title. Yeah, there you go. James Winterbank learns from his wife that James didn't believe in curses and considers him a man of science. Okay. Because it's Turnbull we know the least amount, really. Going back again. Here we go. Travis Phillip.
And what makes you
Lambasted for questioning the doctor's credentials. Because he knew what the site was in the... Turnbull refused to honor Travis's press credentials, barring him from the excavation site, thus jeopardizing Travis's job. Oh, because he was brought back early because... Yeah. But see, he never felt that they shouldn't be disturbed. That was not something that he was believing in. Turnbull refused to honor Travis's press credentials, barring him from the excavation site, thus jeopardizing Travis's job. He was brought back because of connection to the murder. And I think it's because of questioning him as your Kate Bet for the... Yeah. That's, I'm like, oh wait, isn't this the tomb? But apparently it's some Kate Bet is also another author or something.
And what of Andrew Weatherby?
Okay.
Who murdered? So, you say Travis killed Turnbull and Weatherby?
Turnbull scoffed at Travis's mystical beliefs because he was a man of science. Oh no, Weatherby was not that. I think Weatherby was chosen for the expedition instead of himself. Winterbank was because he scoffed at his...
This Travis seems to be quite
Yep.
a busy fellow. Terribly sorry, gentlemen, that is not at all correct.
How does the judge know, yet we have to provide the proof? If he knows, why the fuck doesn't he just do this? All right. So this is... I realize you can't see my cursor on screen, but the letters to the editor of the Times, this is Turnbull complaining about Travis. So we know that's a thing. Then Turnbull... You know what? We need to talk to people at the... Also, what's our score like? It hasn't changed. Talk to London University again.
Such a tragedy. Fine men all, and such outstanding scholars.
I still can't quite get over the shock of it.
We understand.
Professor, we're looking for background information on these three men so that we can understand how their murders might tie together.
Well, let me begin with Dr. Turnbull. Ebenezer Turnbull was responsible for organizing the Carteret expedition. Quite a remarkable man, really. This was the first time he teamed up with James Windibank. Professor Windibank was one of our most popular lecturers. In fact, several of his former students were also eager to accompany him. I recall him saying that he was having difficulty choosing. Weatherby turned out to be the lucky one, though it seems far from it now, doesn't it? I suppose Smith and Travis turned out to be the lucky ones after all.
Smith and Travis?
Peter Smith accepted the invitation to join another expedition. As for Philip
We never looked
Travis,
up Peter Smith.
he was quite keen on accompanying Professor Windibank. In fact, he became exceedingly upset when Andrew Weatherby, a postgraduate student in the department, was chosen instead. Took it rather personally, I should say.
Okay, so that's what we needed. Peter Smith.
Sorry, I can't help.
Oh, this is the...
But Mr. Smith has been out of the country since the middle of March. He's a good-looking bloke, except for the dirt under his fingernails.
Let's send the irregulars. Out of the country since March. Okay. What if they sent him to Luther? Way to go. So that's Windibank, tying Travis to Windibank. Sort of, I guess. It's the Turnbull that I can't win chose with her. Yeah. It's the... Records office. Why is there so many X last names? Fill out the space. Shelley Weathersby. Her name sounds so similar to Weatherby. Way to go, Watson. Let's see what Holmes' file says nothing. Okay. Turnbull was the Earl of Downey. Okay. God.
This seemed to...
All right. Think we have it? Okay.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the mummy murders.
Yes, my lord.
Tell me then, who was Ebenezer? And what makes you so certain? What was Travis' motive for killing Turnbull?
Turnbull publicly lambasted Travis for questioning the doctor's credentials. That's the only thing that fits.
And what of Andrew Weatherby?
Weatherby
So, you say Travis killed...
was angry that Weatherby was chosen for the expedition instead of himself. Because we learned nothing about Weatherby's dissertation. And the times were not replacing at any point. Weatherby, as far as we're aware, didn't even have any interaction with Travis.
Ah, revenge. The oldest motive in the book. Now, Mr. Holmes, who killed James Windibank? This Travis seems to be quite a busy fellow. What made him kill James Windibank?
Don't know about failing the classes. We do know that he did not choose him for the thing and took it personally.
Well, you've done an admirable job in resolving this mystery. I'd say you're on a par with just about any other armchair detective out there.
You know what? Go fuck yourself.
I would suggest, however, that you rethink this case again, thereby improving your sleuthing skills.
We did it. Holmes' score is 35. Talk with Mr. Holmes about the whole mummy business as far as the clues points go. Here's how you did. You can listen to how he did it and try again and see if you can do better. No. We're doing this better. We're going to beat fucking Holmes' solution right now. We're not even going to... Okay, 35. 35 is the goal. We know exactly what do we have to look for.
What rubbish!
What balderdash? Fucking pieces of shit. Okay. Sherlock, he ain't. Exactly. So we need to go to here first and send the irregulars to get the list of people. Guy wouldn't give it a list. Fuck. Oh, so we stole it. Okay. It's hard to tell when you're... Exactly. And, like, we're supposed to convince the judge that this is what's happening. The judge is supposed to be like, nah, that's not correct. I know exactly what's going on. Also, hey, how's it going? Terminate. Okay, so we know that. So that's 5 points. And we talk to the London University. Send the irregulars. They didn't find anything else, did they? Fuck. I think we've already fucked this up. Okay. Directory. We want to go to... shit. Where is it? Yeah. Send the irregulars, because sending them to the correct place is 5 points, which means we have to send them to 5 places. Philip Travis. That doesn't sound like I did that right. Nope. Okay. Assuming that this is... Assuming that he does this in, what? 7 moves? Directory. I know that at least this is correct. Send the irregulars. Okay. Tenny Luther? Fellow's nice enough, said... Yeah. That should be 10. Okay, so that's... Okay, so it's... Shipping... Penny... I guess we actually have to talk to the... Let me go back to the meeting quick. Sleuthing tools. Yeah. So this is the breakdown. Yeah, we never ran into this. 10 points, sending to a relevant. Okay. This is 5. This is 5. Yeah, I think we have to talk to... Oh, Murray we need to go talk to as well. Do we? Well, we're about to find out. That's 20. Okay, so, yeah. Murray. Detectives. Irregulars. That's 10, so that's 20 right now. We need to know in 2 more moves. Directory. I think it's... Yeah, the London University. Send to detectives. Another 10. I wonder if we can go to the judge now.
Hear ye!
I think we can do it.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you've been looking into the mummy murder.
Yes, my lord.
The bastard.
You so certain. What was and what of Andrew Weatherby? Who? So, you say Travis killed Turnbull and... Ah, revenge. The old... This Travis seems to be quite a busy fellow. That
Hell yeah.
Extraordinary sleuthing. Why, I do believe you may have matched Mr. Sherlock Holmes' solution.
I did it better than him. Fuck you. I'm better than Sherlock Holmes.
An extremely difficult case, and your score is absolutely perfect. I'm quite sure we could not have done any better.
You couldn't have, because I did. All right, let's see Holmes' solution.
Well, Watson, I believe this case is solved.
Oh, spoiler alert.
And for your information, it was not the mummy.
Come, Holmes. I never thought for a moment it was the mummy.
Of course not, Watson. However, the murderer and the mummy did have one thing in common.
What's that?
They both were the only ones present at the time of the murders, except, of course, the victims.
You state the obvious, Holmes.
Ah, but it is seeing the obvious that is important. First, I saw no reason to assume that we were dealing with more than one murderer. Secondly, the locations of the murders limited the number of suspects.
Limited them? The first murder was in Egypt, the second on ship in the middle of the sea, and the third in London. You call the entire populations of London and Egypt a limited number of suspects?
No, Watson. We had to find someone who was in Egypt for the first murder, on the ship for the second, and in London for the third.
Oh, but of course.
According to the newspapers, the Eastern Empress was in Bombay at the time of Ebenezer Turnbull's murder, so that eliminated the ship's crew as suspects. Thus, I needed the list of passengers who boarded the ship at Cairo. It was our visit to Jardine, Mason and Company that provided our first critical clue. From it, I learned that Philip Travis was a passenger. I then learned that Travis was the chap who reported on the first murder. He became one suspect, but I had no motive. Clarissa Weatherby, who was also at the scene of the murder in Cairo, was another possible suspect, since she appears to have had a bit of a dalliance with Mr. Uruburu there on the high seas. So I had found her motive for the murder of Weatherby, but not a motive for the murder of the others.
Then whom did you eliminate?
Mrs. Weatherby. Her hands were not strong enough even to open a jar of English toffee, let alone strangle a grown man.
And what of Travis's motive?
It seems that Travis was a student in the Egyptology department at London University and had studied under James Windibank. He wanted very badly to be chosen as a member of the expedition, but Windibank turned him down. Instead, Weatherby was chosen and Travis was furious. So there you have the motive for 2 of the murders.
And what of his motive for the murder of Turnbull?
Evidently, Travis had written a vicious article questioning Dr. Turnbull's credentials to lead the expedition. Turnbull's response was quite harsh, probably powerful enough to drive an odd duck like Travis to murder.
Very impressive, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
All right, then. Well, this was fun. Let's watch the credits. Let this run while I'm talking. Oh god, this music was driving me nuts earlier because this is all I could hear. Yeah. So there's 2 more games that I have of this Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective series. And I originally was going to start another one tonight because I didn't know how long it was going to take. Honestly, I think we could have gotten this an hour ago, but I got really messed up with, as you can tell from my notes, who was where and who was what, who died when. Yeah, thank you guys for tuning in, and I hope you guys had fun trying to solve this alongside with me. I will definitely be trying to run this again. I've been going on and on about not wanting to burn myself out, but this was fun. This was like a one-time fun kind of working it out, talking together, that kind of stuff. It didn't feel like I had to be like overexerting myself other than like, what the fuck am I writing? What the fuck is this shit? I'm definitely going to try and run the other games, and I'll be more... This one was more spur of the moment, but I will definitely plan for the next one. It will probably be... Monday I was going to try and get Resident Evil going, but... I don't know, I might try to get... Would you guys want to do this Monday? Monday evening? I mean, yeah, you can always figure out what I'm doing, what and when, where over on the Discord. If you haven't already joined there. But yeah, from now on, my streaming schedules are going to be Monday, Wednesdays, and then Friday over on Kelsba's channel, which I realize there's now a new shout-out command. After I learned that over on Fruity Bat's channel. It's all new fancy command. You can go follow Kelsba. Try catching money. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. More newspaper simulator, please. Yeah. I've been summoned. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. The summoning. The... Fruity Bat. Only one shout could be active at a time. Please give it a minute and wait. Okay. Whatever. Spread of knowledge. Yeah. I don't know which one of the two I'm going to do next, so I'll leave that up in the air. But you know what? This was fun. I'm having fun with it. Monday, I think we'll do this. And then... Wednesday I might start Resident Evil 3? Or, if people are available, I might try to do some Phasmophobia, but I gotta reach out to those people first. Because that'll be fun. Anyways, let's go to the outro screen. That's not outro screen. Why is it Santa? No! Okay. So, I have to explain this. If it's all the same to you folks, I'm gonna turn this fucking music down because it's killing me. Okay. So, I was hoping I'd never have to actually use it. Originally, in the month of September, I was gonna run Deadly Premonition with my buddy Nate. But upon further study of the content of Deadly Premonition, I found that there was content in there that was sort of iffy by streaming standards and by YouTube, Twitch, whatever. So I figured, hey, let's have a fun time with the censoring when we need to, like in case of corpses. And it's like, oh, okay, well, it's like just and never call attention to it. Just like it's like, oh, it's like, oh no, what's happening? It's this chickens. Why are there chickens? What the hell's the chicken? What's happening with the chickens? What's going on? And then just clear it away once the scene had passed. But I went overboard with setting these things up that I never ended up getting to use. So there was, it's like, it's murder's happening. Oh, Santa's here. why is Santa here? Santa, what? Why is he here? This is kind of unnerving. Kind of, you just sitting there. Oh, he's got backup. Fuck, he's got backup. I don't know what to do now. Oh no, there's more. Why is there more? No. And then put it all away. But it gets better because it's like, oh no, this is a terrible scene. What can we do to make this scene just a little bit more tolerable? It's a kitten. Oh, it's a kitten. Oh, we're just gonna look the kitten. No, don't look back there. It's something bad back there. We're just gonna, yeah, kitten. Yep. Okay. Yep. That sounds good. This is a good. Yep. You just relax. And we're back at the scene. That would have been thing. And then we'll just things going on. Oh, the cat got bigger. Oh shit, cat got bigger. Oh, sleepy lazy cat. Not lazy cat, just sleepy cat. Oh, something's over. No, don't look over there. It's not good. Okay. Let's just we'll just oh, something happened. Okay. We'll just we'll get you out of there. That's okay. It's fine. And then when things got really bad. Oh, what's happening? Oh shit. Big cats, big lions. Ah, fuck. Nope. Big angry orange cat. And then you can have multiple of them on screen, sort of on top of each other, because the layers totally don't work. Wait, we need the Santas. Where's the Santas? Oh, they're all the way at the back, which means the chickens are definitely out back as well. Yep, there they are. And then one press of a single button, and they're all gone. So I was hoping to keep that under wraps until I had a better chance to use them. But it was just, and then I was like, you know what? Even the content of the game, I didn't feel comfortable about streaming. It made some very off-color, very out-of-date comments. So I was like, you know what? It was always going to be out of date, but anyway. So I added this in, and the way that I have my switchboard set up, it's at the very bottom, and I accidentally hit it because I was trying to hit the outro screen, but it was the right next to it. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that little thing, which I'm probably gonna not so much turn off, but at least remove the buttons from an easily accessible position on my board here. But I put a lot of efforts into that, and I kind of sad I never got a chance to actually use it. Let's go to the outro screen. Dance Santa. Oh fuck. Yeah, but it's only the gaming screen. It's not this. I can do the chickens here, but it's not going to do anything unless we go back to here, which the way that I have this set up, if you're new here, I have a very fancy setup of things. And yeah. So yeah, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. I want to thank Lorelei for the follow, Fruity Bat for the raid earlier, and Avari, thank you again for the sub. I do deeply appreciate it. Oh yes, the other thing, I always have to show off. This is fine. I also have voice command set up. So if I say this is fine, yeah, fire comes up. And then the which I always attribute to Kelzaba, she gave me the idea to do spoiler alert. So people can know that I'm talking about spoilers, and then they can hear it, and then spoilers over. It goes away, and then people can come back and turn on their thing again. And then during Hollow Knight, I was getting really, really, really intense in some of the fights. Mainly the I think it was the Nightmare, it was Nightmare King Grim, but the basic regular Grim as well. And it was like, okay, deep breaths. Okay, deep breaths. Focus mode. Melch me not reply right away. And we're clear. And we're clear. There we go. And make one with the chickens, yeah. Oh yeah, no, thank you, Lorelai, for stopping by. Yes, the game. I saw this Polygon streaming this game series, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do it. You must have a chicken screen. Yes, I will. Yep. What was it? Oh, show controller. Show controller. And then if I had a controller set up, you can see me do all the actions and stuff like that. Hide controller. Hide controller. There we go. I also have prediction set up to voice chat. Run, pass, fail, 7. Give it a moment. And now it will run a, how many times will it take for me to think? 6 or less, 7 or higher. I could say literally any number. Let's see how high I could do. I'm going to delete this so you guys get your points back. Run, pass, fail, 2,565,000,000. There we go. Now, how many what game would I be playing that this is going to be the odds? Keeping track of every single one of those. Oh boy. So yeah, that's the kind of fun stuff. Pikmin. Oh my god, how many Pikmin will I lose in a day? That's just too funny. Anyway, that's my little showcase of things that I have set up. I don't think there's anything else. I don't know why this turned into me showing all my stuff off, but also had a 4-player co-op set up. I don't know why it's doing them, but you can see I haven't changed any of the stuff from last time. But I originally had it flex. Okay, I originally had it set up so people can use commands, which I don't have enabled right now. To do like, okay, so if we want to just view my side, then you can just view that. Or if you maybe want to view player 2 or player 3 or player 4, and then just back to normal. Go back to the main screen. Maybe since oh yeah, no, this was Sea of Thieves stuff. Yeah, so this was all the hexes are still set up to thing. Sherlock wants to both get one. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and I set up the death message for when I was playing Devil May Cry, which is a bunch of random ones. Get good. Let's see what else we got. Oh, it runs on that command, but I think it only works for me. That might have been a bug or whatever. I don't know what it was. Thinking can, which is a joke only 5 people will get, if that. Which is just me sounding like this. And it comes from a game series called the Nonary Games that a friend of mine was playing on stream, and we made the joke that the voice actor had this sound effect on their voice, and it just sounded, we made a joke that they're just talking out loud into an empty can. Hence the thinking can was born. No one can hear you, you're thinking, uh-oh. Does it not work? No one can hear me in this voice? It should be coming out. It's very quiet. I know it's quiet. And then you have the vintage voice effects, which makes sense if you're looking at something a bit more colorful. And I can't do the voice accent for it because I haven't done it in quite a while. The vintage one's good. Yeah. Oh, Cuphead. I played an entire boss. It's the only way I could beat one of the bosses by switching to that mode and just talking in that accent the entire time. Only way I could beat it. Is there anything else fun? Oh, I mean, I have the drink. Whenever anyone redeems a drink, a little cup comes out and makes me drink. Yeah, the Cora narrator voice, and I also have it without the sepia tone. That's exactly the inspiration I took for that. Is that recap? I was going to have that for every single stream, like previously on Melch's. Yeah, previously on Melch's streams, we solved the case of the mummy's curse, and we also stuck it to Sherlock with getting a smaller score than last time. And obviously, I fucking up everything. Shit. Stuff like that. Yeah. Anyway. And then I got the VM voice mod proper one set up.
Well, I can use the megaphone and shout at my cult members in Cult of the Lamb and tell them to stop shitting everywhere because it's fucking gross. I built you 2 fucking outhouses. Use the fucking outhouses.
Oh yeah, no, it would be great in this series. I wish I used it more, but it was just hard. It was a lot of talking. I was like not awake yet, and definitely not. Still can't read properly.
I don't think I've ever used the intercom voice, but I do have it set up. This is your streamer talking. Running into a bit of a problem here, and looks like we got some chickens coming on stream. Not quite sure what's going on here, but we're gonna clear them off as soon as we can. Thank you for being patient with us, and thank you for tuning in.
I think that's it. Oh, and then there's the radio message, the text to speech that anyone can use, really. It's under Channel Point Redemptions, the VFX TTS radio message. So you can send a message like this.
Incoming message from Melkamelch. So you can send a message like this.
Yeah, it gets your little avatar picture, puts it behind some sort of old-timey VHS filter. Trying to think, there's Melkamelch. I know, it keeps calling me that now. It never did before, so I gotta update it or get a new one. It's pissing me off. Oh, yeah, the other thing I'm very, very proud of, but I don't have my button set up to it. So I think this must have been earlier this year. I got really into Resident Evil 8, and a buddy of mine was also really into Resident Evil 8. So we decided to mispronounce it. It's the site exactly. We decided to have a race, a speedrun race for Resident Evil 8. It's available on the YouTube. Fire robot secretary for Nick cries. I mean, no, I won't. It is funny. Yeah, the race is available on YouTube if you want to watch it. I probably will have a link to it somewhere soon. I'm very proud of how it turned out. But we were racing Resident Evil Village, and we came up with checkpoints for different areas. And along the way, we were asked, I collected a bunch of trivia questions from viewers beforehand and during the stream. And we would roll sort of a task list of things we had to complete. Otherwise, we take another thing like get a unique treasure or kill an animal or something like that. And again, it had the same sort of setup as, well, let's see what I'm doing. Let's see what Greg's doing. And it turned out really well. We had a lot of fun with it. I wanted to do more of them. Just trying to figure out what game, who's involved, more trivia questions. Yeah, I think that's about it, really. And then I guess we can just sit and chill in the outro screen because I really don't know what else to talk about. Didn't really realize what else. I got to update this. I don't update this as often as I do or need to. But yeah, I think, you know what, if yes, I will definitely do that. So I think the aim might be to do more Holmes on Monday. And if people like detective games in general or FMV games in general, I can accommodate both of those. Maybe not at the same time after we finish the Sherlock Holmes games, but it's definitely something that I want to try doing more of because these are fun. I'm not doing Heavy Rain. We've already discussed Heavy Rain. It's like, yes, the content in that is also questionable. It's like that was the backup behind Deadly Premonition. And it's like, yeah, let's do Devil May Cry. It's like, okay, cool. We'll just do that. Jason. Anyway, I think that's that. I'm gonna take a peek and see if I see anyone I know online at the moment. There is Call of the Sea. I don't know what that is. Elden Ring, Rocket League. So I just say Jason. Exactly. See, everyone knows that game. Except me. other than Jason. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in so much. I almost didn't stream tonight. I was feeling very burnt out, but this has perked me up quite a bit, and I want to thank you guys for hanging out. Ones that are both to say Infectious Madness of Dr. Deckard. That sounds familiar. The Shape-Shifting Detective. I think that's one that I've heard of. Yes, okay. Yep. All right. There's one called not Conscription. Fuck. What's it called? I'm just gonna have to look it up. I know we're talking, we're hanging out. We're fine. No one has anywhere, no real rush to go, right? I'm not in any rush. Conspiracy? No. FMV. Coincidences? No. Detective game. Let's see. Contradiction. Spot the Liar. That's what it was. That one I've played through. That one I'm not going to talk about that one because you can go ahead and play through it. It's LA Noire. Yeah, no, that's I mean but I have other ones like the Tex, what's this? Tex Murphy series, but those are very, very janky to control and play. I've tried to on my own, but Disco Elysium, but not suitable streams. Oh yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, there is that spooky one that came out that was supposed to be, I think it's on my wish list. Let me find it. It was like at dead of night. That's more spooky full motion video than it is actually anything. Anywho, it's about midnight for me here. I don't want to keep anyone any longer than they need to or want to. But yeah, I think this was a lot of fun. Monday, I think now for sure we'll be back with more of this. Maybe Monday, Wednesday we'll do this. We'll do one each night. Or do you want to spread them out? I don't know. I'll run a poll over on the Discord. But Resident Evil is coming up soon. I think it's going to be Resident Evil 3. If I have that prepared to go, I do. I'm also going to be trying to get some Phasmophobia going with some people, so... Oh yeah, no, absolutely no problem. Like, I'm in no hurry. I got all the achievements in this game. Yes! Sweet. Oh yes, I have posture check, which no one can actually check. So, you know what? I am doing it. Yeah. I will try to find more detective games. I had a lot of fun with it. Maybe I'll find a better way of being able to share notes with everyone. I was trying to set up my drawing tablet to capture Clip Studio, but it kept taking over everything. So I was blocking the game and everything. Yeah, no, thank you for thank you for stopping in. Oh yeah, Shenmue. That's what we should do. Oh, I have some of the actual like Sherlock Holmes, like non FMV games, and I do have Ace Attorney, the trilogy collection. I don't have that new one that's set in the past with the Sherlock Holmes or whatever it is. I don't have that one, but that Avery, that Avian Attorney one, that one I'm definitely going to be looking into as well. I don't know. We'll have something. It'll be fun. Glad you guys had fun. Glad you guys stopped by. Very glad you guys stopped by. And hope everyone had a good time. More than likely, I'll be back on Monday. And hope to see you then. There's one with a bunch of animals I keep seeing on the PS Store. Interesting. Something with the chicken. We'll have to look into that. Maybe an attorney, a total double feature. Oh, God. I'll have to figure out what you guys will have to tell me what order to play and like what would make more sense. I know they're not actually directly connected, but it's like, is there crimes to solve that go unsolved in TOEFL that needs to be solved in Avian Attorney, or is after the After dealing with the avian attorney stuff, is going to a quote-unquote normal life in Hatofu boyfriend. Chicken detective. October is now bird month. It's Owl October. There you go. Does that mean I have to play Ori and the Blind Forest? Is that a thing? No? I don't want to, I don't know. I think there's an owl in the game. I refuse to play that game because of the feels. I'm too afraid. Anyway, thank you guys so much for Ocarina. Yeah, that's right. Ocarina October. Just all month Ocarina Time randomizers. And I would do it. I would totally do it too. I think that's it. I really don't know what else to say or talk about. Oh, King's Quest. Yeah, I'll finish that soon. That was Zavari's winning choice from getting all the first. I've dissolved the last, so the last doesn't exist anymore. Slottle won that, and Slottle's making me play a Tofu, so that, there you go. Modern Minecraft, that's been delayed a bit. It's still gonna happen. We're gonna, I think, do a couple more streams, and then we're gonna do the big explosive community command crowd control explosion siege. Like I said, I'm talking about nothing now, but thank you again so much, guys. It means a lot. And yeah, hopefully I see you guys Monday for more sleuthing skills. And if I don't see you then, I will see you when I see you. Bye. Oh shit, I should probably raid someone. Let's go bother Swoley. It's like, oh shit. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good weekend, and see you Monday, same time, same place. Yeah, same place. Yeah. Have a good one. See you when I see you. Bye.